Welcome, everyone, to the April 6th, 2026 meeting of the Pasadena City Council. We'll start with a calling of roll.
Councilmember Cole. Councilmember Hampton.
Blessed and honor to be back.
Councilmember Jones.
Here.
Councilmember Lyon.
Here.
Councilmember Madison.
Here.
Councilmember Masuda.
Here.
Vice Mayor Rivas.
Here.
Mayor Gordo.
Here.
There's a quorum of the council present.
Okay, Mr. Cole, will you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
Be honored here. Please rise. Hand over your heart. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. And we do have
One ceremony. And Eva's in the front row.
We do have one ceremonial matter, and that's, I'm going to ask Ava Rivera to join me at the podium. So as we know, we have a new staff person, the program coordinator for the Office of the Young Child, relatively new. And quality early childhood, and this is the week of the young child. Quality early childhood education nurtures and the intellectual, emotional, and physical development of young children, preparing them to become responsible and contributing members of society. Pasadena is a strong and supportive community for families, values the organizations that expand access to high-quality preschool, and recognizes the importance of public policies that promote early for all children, early learning for all children. On behalf of the City Council, I am pleased to proclaim the week of April 11th through the 17th of 2026 in Pasadena as the week of the young child. And I'll present this to Ms. Rivera.
Good evening, Mayor Gordo, council members, and community members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today as we prepare to celebrate the upcoming Week of the Young Child in Pasadena. The Week of the Young Child is an annual national celebration sponsored by the National Association for the Education of Young Children, also known as NAEYC, the world's largest early childhood education association. NAEYC has long championed the importance of high-quality early learning. This year, the Week of the Young Child marks an important milestone of its own: 55 years of elevating the needs of young children and their families. This year's celebration will take place April 11th through the 17th, 2026, highlighting a variety of themes which emphasize the importance of early childhood education and community support. While NAYC sets the dates, the real strength of the Week of the Young Child comes from local communities like ours. Across the country, communities tailor their celebrations to meet local needs. Here in Pasadena, early care and education programs like Families Forward, family child care providers, and our own libraries will be hosting a wide range of events to uplift the imagination and creativity of our young children. The Week of the Young Child gives us an annual opportunity to recommit ourselves to Pasadena's vision of being an early learning city where every young child can learn, grow, and succeed. Today, I invite our City Council to join us in raising awareness about the Week of the Young Child and shine a spotlight on the programs and professionals who shape the earliest years of learning. Your leadership sends a powerful message that Pasadena values its youngest residents and understands that strong beginnings create strong communities. Thank you for your continued dedication to Pasadena's children, families, and future of our community.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor,
Yes.
and I
that's
can
right.
announce for the closed session.
Closed session announcement.
City
from the
Council met in
attorney.
closed session and discussed items A, C, and D, as in dog. No other items were discussed, and there was no reportable action. I would note that on item D, Mayor Victor Gordo did not participate and was absent from the closed session due to a conflict of interest related to his source of income, Labor International Union of North America.
Thank you. And consistent with the law, I recused. Thank you. Next, we'll move on to public comment for matters not on the agenda. Okay, so we have 9 speaker cards for matters not on the agenda.
So we'll give 2 minutes. Kate E., followed by Yadi, followed by Les Hammer, then Renee Gonzalez. If you heard your name, if you could line up into the middle aisle.
If you've heard your name, please step forward.
I heard my name. I'm glad to hear it's the week, it's coming up to be the week of the celebration of the young child. And in celebration of that, let's talk about the booby-trapped toys the world's most moral army leaves as bait in the ruins they create. Toys designed to explode in the hands of children. They've terrorized families like this for decades. In 1982, in another illegal invasion, in Lebanon, doctors and international observers documented explosive disguised as dolls, toy cars, and household items, not to hit a military target, but to rip children apart. In 1997, a 9-year-old girl picked up a toy plastic Jeep that exploded, losing her hand. A booby-trapped flashlight severely burned another. One little girl was killed just seconds after joyfully shouting, "I found a doll." The toy she was so excited to find was designed by Israel to end her life. In Gaza, explosives are disguised now as canned food for starving children to find. This is morality? Killing or maiming a child who just wanted food or a toy? On a side note, I'd like to note that multiple sources report the IDF has warned Christians and Druze people in southern Lebanon now not to shelter or hide Muslim families fleeing from Israeli bombs. Really makes you think.
Yadi, welcome.
Yadi, followed by Les Hammer, then Renee Gonzalez, then Olivia Montenegro.
Yadi, welcome.
Hi, I have a comment about 2 items. One about the search for city manager, and I just want to take a moment to thank City Manager Marquez for the time he spent. And I imagine you're pretty late in the process, but I would highly encourage that you look in your search for individuals that have helped governments go through times of financial difficulty, such as the recession, because we really need a leader in the city that will help us through this time where we're facing a lot of difficult financial challenges. My other is, even though tomorrow there's going to be a discussion about Zone Zero, I'd really like to continue to urge the City Council to look at ways to promote and advocate for more wildfire protections and protections for consumers, especially, the fire might have passed, but we're still dealing with a lot of struggles from people that have lost their homes to now the new regulations being imposed on folks that not only live within the high fire hazard zones, but even not. In the room, there's various people that are struggling even just with obtaining insurance that are not in a high fire hazard zone. And my last thing is there's going to be other discussion items today that actually have privacy implications, and so I'm going to be starting my campaign and advocacy for having a more robust and comprehensive privacy program that looks at the various technologies that the city is utilizing and ensuring that we're being protective of the information that we're collecting and where it's being stored and shared. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yadi.
Les Hammer, followed by Renee Gonzalez, then Elvia Montenegro, then Rob Mathia.
Mr. Hammer, welcome.
Les Hammer, Pasadena. The Philippines under Ferdinand Marcos has been described as a kleptocracy whose sole aim was to loot its citizens. Judging by reports you won't read in the Star News, California is a kleptocracy under Governor Gavin Newsom. A story published by the California Post on April 1st reports that California has lost $180 billion to fraud, a conservative figure compared to a whopping $430 billion loss reported by the California Globe on April 3rd. Now, I know some of these figures. $13 billion in additional healthcare costs for illegal immigrants, and now Medicaid is nearly insolvent. $17 billion for high-speed rail that after 18 years has yet to lay 1 mile of track. $24 billion for homeless services that the governor and state auditors cannot account for, but critics know that the money went to politically connected nonprofit organizations whose CEOs make six-figure salaries. At least $30 billion in Employment Development Department benefits went to criminals, death row inmates, and overseas syndicates. Now, hospice care fraud blooms in the spring. Dr. Mehmet Oz exposed his share of fraud, only to be called a racist by Gavin Newsom. Journalist Nick Shirley uncovered $170 million in fraud, only to be defamed as a pedophile by Gavin Newsom. But here's the kicker. Last year, Senator Lola Smallwood Cuevas introduced a bill to raise the threshold for prosecution for welfare fraud from $950 to $25,000. How do you like that? An invitation from the Democratic Party to commit welfare fraud. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hammer.
Renee Gonzalez,
Mr. Gonzalez, welcome.
followed by Rob Mathia, then Aaron Scott, then Connie Della Torre.
Good evening, City Council, Mayor, Vice Mayor. During these difficult times of political division and tension that has taken us from questioning birthrights, public broadcast being defunded, public education being defunded, kidnapping our neighbors, including our children, harassing and separating our families, unjustified wars, and the killing of innocent people, we seem to have no control over the actions of the federal government. The one thing that is totally under your control is to send a powerful message of world peace and acceptance. The one thing that continues to be delayed by this council. The Guanajuato proposed affiliation, sister cities affiliation, the first historic after 70 years of omission of practically every single Latin country in the world. We ask and invite every member of this council to do your part to correct this omission, listen to the community voice, and join our 2026 cultural exchange visit to Guanajuato this fall. Our community has traveled by ourselves 3 times, and I thank everyone that responded and thank for the invitation, and I thank everybody that participated in the welcoming of the Guanajuato delegation that visited us in 2025. I want to invite everybody to come together and as a community, including our elected officials, and travel to Guanajuato this year to have firsthand so that you can experience the relationship that has taken us 2 years to
Mr.
build.
Gonzalez, your time's expired.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez.
Elvia Montenegro. Elvia Montenegro.
Ms. Montenegro.
Okay. Rob Mathia, followed by Aaron Scott, then Connie Della Torre, then Randall Hine Lamb.
Mr. Mathia, welcome.
I'm Rob Mathia, resident of District 1, well represented by Councilmember Hampton. And I'm pleased that the council has agendized the ethical investment resolution for May 11th. It continues to be something, just every day we see reasons that this is necessary. I was on a call last week with colleagues in the West Bank, and while we were on the call, one of my colleagues there carried his laptop over to the window so we could hear the air raid sirens going off, warning of missiles coming in. But they weren't sirens that were allowed in Palestine. They were from the illegal settlements to warn settlers, and they got to hear it. But they didn't have, Palestinians don't have bomb shelters. The settlers in the illegal settlements have bomb shelters, but Israelis don't allow the Palestinians to build bomb shelters. It's another example of the apartheid state that's in existence, where one race of people is treated differently than another. Another colleague on that call sent me then a picture of a 2-year-old Palestinian child. This young boy and his father had been detained last week or the week before by Israeli soldiers and separated then. The boy was taken from his father and held overnight. When he was returned the next day, he had cigarette burns on his legs. This kind of regime is something that no investment policy should be a part of. And so I'm glad that the city council is taking a step. Of course, I want something really comprehensive that wouldn't allow us in any way to support a government that acts that way. But I'm pleased that with where we're starting. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Aaron Scott, followed by Connie Della Torre, then Randall Hine Lamb.
Scott.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. We are looking forward to May 11th for the FPRS decision. But in the meantime, I do have a simple question for each of you. Yes or no is fine. Hampton, are you an elected official?
Ma'am, if you'll direct your questions to your comments to the council. The full
I
council.
am. Oh, Tyrone Hampton, council member. Are you an elected official?
To the full council. We're all elected officials.
Make her statement.
Okay. Yeah, you can make your statement.
My question basically is that, do you all remember that you can be replaced with representatives that can see how dire things are in the Middle East? Genocide in Palestine and now Lebanon. There's destruction in Iran, and even isn't real. It's time to be bold and stop the catastrophe in any way we can. I'm seriously mind-boggled that any of you can deny or look away. Sometimes I watch you and your faces go blank, and it's amazing. It's seriously disgusting and so hard to understand because the level of destruction is subhuman. However, your voters, the people here tonight, and for the past 2 years, staying diligent with unwavering commitment and stamina, we have no plans of giving up on our family and friends affected in Palestine because, again, we vote, but we also campaign. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just to check, Connie Della Torre?
I don't see her in the
I
room.
don't see her either. Mr. Lamb, come on forward.
Mr. Landheim, welcome.
Thank you. Randall Hine Lamb from District 5. Just going to mention 5 locations: Gaza, the West Bank, Lebanon, Syria, and Iran. These 5 regions or neighboring countries to Israel where the Israeli military has conducted offensive warfare in the past 6 months. These are 5 neighbors who have learned to search the skies anxiously at the buzz of drones or tremble in their tents at the whistle of bombs and the whoosh of rockets. These are millions of neighbors who have been separated from their families and displaced from their homes, many permanently. Hundreds of thousands who are dead, disabled, injured, or missing, and thousands now in prison, often without charge or representation. Some of these prisoners perhaps may be subject to the latest apartheid law, which imposes the death penalty at the end of a rope for Palestinians only. This is not just a litany of the crimes committed by Bibi Netanyahu or Itamar Ben-Gvir or the other members of this corrupt government. These are crimes in which we are complicit by our tax dollars, by our purchasing choices, and by our investments. I urge this council to keep these matters in mind as you file your taxes and as you consider the wording of a revised and more specific ethical investment guidelines. Say no to war profiteering, no to fossil fuels exploitation, no to private prisons, no to police surveillance technologies. Thank you.
Thank you. That completes public comment on this,
Thank
on
you.
matters not on the agenda.
Thank you. Next, we'll turn to the consent calendar, and I will entertain a sweet motion on the consent calendar. Mr. Hampton?
So moved.
Second.
Mr. Jones gets the second on that one. And are there any objections? Seeing none, the matter is approved. Next, we'll turn to item 5 in old business. And this is a report on city council direction to mitigate the impacts of federal civil immigration enforcement overreach.
Mayor, there were 2 letters for 4A that were received on consent, and they were distributed to the council, posted online, and a part of the record for that item.
Thank you. Mr. City Manager?
Thank you, Mayor. Deputy City Manager Alex Soto will make tonight's presentation. Happy to answer any questions.
Good evening. Thank you, Miguel. This report will provide an update on staff's progress in implementing the directives included in a motion the City Council unanimously approved back on February 23rd. That motion advanced various measures designed to mitigate the impacts of civil immigration enforcement overreach in the city and in our community. As the council may recall, this item was set to be presented 2 weeks ago on March 23rd, but it was delayed due to a forum on this very matter that was going to happen the next night on March 24th. That forum was attended by the mayor, city manager, the police chief, and the city attorney. And that forum allowed city leadership to listen to the community's perspectives and to candidly share the city's own perspectives. Nothing was expressed at that forum, and no concerns were raised about the direction that staff was headed in with respect to the implementation of the measures in the city council's motion. And so we've kept working on that over the last couple of weeks, and we're here tonight to provide an update on where things stand as of this evening. This report is for information only. However, the city council can take action related to this item as it deems appropriate following consideration and discussion of the matter. The city council's motion identified 13 separate items, which included direction to staff, and the last of which was to have come back within 30 days to provide an update on the implementation plan and timelines. And so that was the report that we were set to come back with just a couple of weeks ago. But as to the first item, city property limitations, an administrative policy is being developed, and that policy, the purpose of it is to limit the use of city-owned or controlled property, including parking lots, vacant lots, garages, and the non-public portions of city facilities from being used as staging areas, processing locations, or operation spaces for civil immigration and enforcement activities. The policy will be written in a manner consistent with applicable law and recognize exceptions for judicial warrants, criminal enforcement, and any existing contractual rights. The policy will include an employee and contractor reporting protocol that will require employees and contractors to promptly report the use or attempted use of city property for civil immigration enforcement purposes. And the employees or contractors will report that through their supervisory channels up to the city manager and the city attorney's office. City staff with responsibility for oversight of contractors will be instructed via that policy to notify contractors of the city's policies and expectations in this regard. Staff will be notified of the policy via email in staff meetings and in city trainings regarding immigration enforcement response protocols that are starting next week. The estimated completion date for this is going to be also next week, April 15th of 2026. We have posted interior signage throughout city facilities, including inside of rec centers, libraries, clearly announcing the restriction of access to the non-public areas of these city facilities. We're in the process of ordering exterior signage that will be posted at the entrances to city-owned parking lots, vacant lots, and garages, indicating that the use of such facilities to support civil immigration enforcement activities is prohibited. The signs are proposed to read as follows. This property is owned or controlled by the city of Pasadena. It may be used only for purposes intended by the city of Pasadena and not for civil immigration enforcement as a staging area, processing location, or as an operation space. This language tracks with similar language that's being used currently by the cities of Los Angeles, Chicago, the county of Santa Clara, and others, specifically with respect to the reference of staging areas, processing locations, and operations bases as activities that are restricted from use at those locations. Areas where these signs will be posted include, as examples, all of our parks and library parking lots, and city yards and power plant. The estimated completion date for this is May 1st of 2026. At this point, we're just about ready to order the signage from an outside contractor, and then from that point, Public Works will begin the process of posting the signs. The City Council's motion also included direction to study the ban on the use of any city property. So this is beyond parking lots, parking garages, and vacant lots, but the use of any city property for civil immigration enforcement purposes. To this end, the City Council could adopt a policy or ordinance restricting the use of city properties for such purposes, subject to certain exceptions that are required under state or federal law. One thing to note here is if the council were to provide this direction, staff will engage in a candid and transparent communication with members of the public regarding the parameters and limitations of such a policy, so as not to convey a false sense of security for residents that the city is unfortunately unable to guarantee, or to create a sense of expectation or obligation at the staff level that could put our staff in harm's way. Thematic throughout the City Council's motion was the pressing need to have transparency and accountability in the conduct of federal immigration enforcement in our community. The reality is that local law enforcement agencies have limited capacities in this regard. However, there are some things that can be done and have been done via the manner in which our officers engage with immigration enforcement agents. The police department developed a policy that, amongst other things, requires that a supervisor or watch commander respond to the scene of immigration enforcement action upon receiving a report from the community. It requires that personnel responding to an immigration enforcement scene will activate and use their body-worn cameras at all times during their presence on that scene, that they attempt to identify and contact the supervisory agent on scene, and that they complete a report documenting the actions that they took while on the scene. The policy reiterates that officers will not assist in immigration enforcement actions, a requirement that already exists in current policy. And also, it states that they will not impede in lawful federal operations. Lastly, the policy states that our officers will take reasonable actions within their authority to maintain public safety and to protect persons and property. This policy was implemented last week on April 2nd as an amendment to the police department's lexical policy 428. With respect to evidence preservation, referral, and public reporting, the police department has reviewed its existing policies regarding the preservation of evidence and the referral of complaints, and determined that the existing policies in their current form are consistent with the council's motion. And notably, the department has modified its methods for classifying calls for service to allow for real-time tracking of calls related to immigration enforcement activities. Monthly reporting to the Public Safety Committee will begin later this month. The motion asks staff to study placing restrictions on the use of private property for immigration enforcement activities. This motion has been reviewed and considered, and it is not recommended for implementation at this time.
Because?
Due to concerns about the city placing restrictions on the use of private property.
We'll take questions later on, but we do that all the time.
We do it within the context of land use and other police power authority. However, going to the extent of limiting or preventing someone's use for federal government use is, we believe, beyond our authority.
So let's talk about it when we have that
Okay.
opportunity.
And I can turn to Mr. Lee when we get that discussion later, too.
We have the constitutional power to protect the health and safety of our residents. And while that sometimes conflicts with or overlaps federal authority. We have our own authority, and whether it extends in this is, I think, worth discussing.
Another item in the council's motion was to publish a comprehensive webpage of resources. We have published that webpage for the community that will be regularly reviewed and updated as appropriate. That website is up now. It's up at cityofpasadena.net/immigration resources. Another directive in the motion directed staff to monitor and report back to the city council with notable updates related to pending legislation at the state level in particular regarding the identification and face masks used by federal law enforcement agents. So to that end, staff is tracking that and will report back when there are updates to report on those cases. We talked earlier about signage on city property. And so consistent with the direction in the city's council's motion, staff has developed standardized language for signage to be made available upon request to landowners and leaseholders, subject to reasonable parameters and limitations that would delineate the non-public areas of their properties in which they wish to restrict civil immigration enforcement activities. Recipients of the signage will be required to release the city from any liability associated with their use of the signage, and we expect to have this available for order beginning as early as next week. Contractor disclosure requirements was another significant component of the council's motion. And this motion requires that contractors disclose business relationships to the city with DHS. We can accomplish this at the staff level administratively without the need for an ordinance or resolution. And we can do this simply by including the required fields in our bid submittal process that will prompt the bidder to inform the city if they have an existing contractual relationship with the Department of Homeland Security. If so, which agency within DHS, and what the terms are of the compensation of that agreement. Staff recommends that we would collect this data for a period of 1 year without impact on contractor selection to allow for a fully informed evaluation of further action based on the volume of city contractors who respond in the affirmative to these questions, the variable nature of these relationships, and just to have a deeper understanding of the impacts of taking further action on the city's operational and strategic objectives. And this is something the finance department is working on now and should be up and running within the next week or so. Lastly, as to the item in the motion regarding consideration of offering a certified observer training program, staff does not recommend that the city offer such a program. There are some practical considerations for that, and we've heard from the community that the interest for that just isn't there from the city at this time. And as I mentioned earlier in the presentation, key city staff have been in communication with members of the community who are engaged in the lawful monitoring of immigration enforcement in the city, and look forward to maintaining a regular collaborative communication with these members of our community going forward. In closing, I think we've made a lot of progress in this area in the last 6 weeks. We know that a lot more progress remains to be made. We remain committed to seeing through the city council's direction on this matter, and will of course make adjustments as needed pursuant to any further direction provided by the city council tonight and going forward. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Mr. Hampton, first in the queue.
Thank you so much for the presentation and feedback to us as a council, but also to the whole entire community. The question I have, number one, is the signage. It seems like you guys are moving pretty fast on everything else, but the signage May 1, is there any way we could put up temporary laminated signs and while we're waiting for the appropriate signage to come from the signage company?
We could look at that. We have signage, interior laminated signage that's already up. What we're looking at now is to post weather-resistant outdoor signage.
That's what I'm saying, something laminated outside until May 1. I assume that something like that may last for a short period of time.
Sure, that's something happy to take a look at.
Okay, and then as far as, let's see. Oh yeah, go ahead.
Just the signage will be in English and Spanish?
At this point, it was really only the consideration was just to post it in English. So we had not given consideration to posting it in multiple languages.
I think it should at least give that consideration, post it in multiple languages.
Okay.
But also, and I appreciate that, if you chime in, and I would agree. Now, if someone decides, or federal government decides to use our parking lots, what is the recourse? I mean, like, what do we do? Is that to the police department? I mean, I don't know. I mean, do we impound the car?
So I'll turn it over to Chief Harris to respond to that question.
Chief, welcome.
As you heard in the presentation, we won't immediately have supervisors roll out to the scene, make sure we are filming everything that happens out at the scene with our body-worn cameras. We'll contact the supervisor, make sure they're aware of the prohibition. But when we've made that notification, we are going to become observers, and we'll stand back and watch that there is no objectively illegal conduct that takes place. And that's the extent of it. But what we do is we document that so that we can take that information maybe for after action with the folks, the internal affairs folks with ICE or HSI. We've distributed a number on our website that allows the public to contact those people directly as well. And we're hoping that the ability to have them continue doing things the way that they've been doing them recently, which is notifying us, call us when they're coming in and notifying us when they leave, will suffice, and that the activities that they're conducting are not in violation of any of the new policies, protocols, or laws. But that's the extent of our action as a police department.
I appreciate your response. I don't necessarily agree with your response. The reason why I say that is because we have you can't park on the city streets from 2 a.m. to 6 a.m., right? Isn't it 2 a.m. to 6 a.m. overnight parking? So if someone parks in between those hours, we give a ticket. And in this case, it sounds like we have a prohibition, and we're just gonna videotape you to make sure that you're not doing something illegal when we already have a prohibition that says that what you're conducting is illegal in our city, which kind of gives a false sense of protection for the residents that want to go about their day-to-day actions. I think this is, if we can't do anything, then that should be something that we should all know. If there's nothing legally we can actually do about it, besides putting up signs to kind of make people feel good.
Well, the discussion.
I wasn't looking for applause. I just trying to understand.
The discussion that we've had also with the city attorneys and some of the other folks in our overarching discussion is to make sure that we set ourselves up so that potentially after the fact there can be litigation that can help kind of quash some of these things. The important part is to understand from a legal perspective, from the law enforcement side of things, that we do not want to create a conflict between different law enforcement agencies. That will have some really bad repercussions that we would like to avoid. We want to make sure that we're exercising due caution to everyone that's out there. So if they're staging and not immediately impacting people, we want to make sure we contact them, document it, and get it to the folks on their side that can take administrative action, and certainly to our legal side of the house, which may at some point then lead to litigation.
And I would note,
if you don't mind, just really quickly, because some of the cars that I've seen in videos are not law enforcement agency vehicles. They're like rented cars from Enterprise. And so they should have the same regulations and I guess mandates that any regular citizen would have, even though that they're officers driving these rental cars. Those cars should be impounded.
if I would just point out that the federal government has preempted local governments with respect to immigration enforcement. And so when we look at our property, we are trying to do as much as we can to avoid having individuals charged with interfering, which is a federal violation, interfering with their activities, et cetera. So when you have a situation where you have the federal government doing something that we think may be violative of laws, now this is proposed as a policy, not as a law that we could enforce against the federal government officers who, we need to presume that they're acting within the course and scope. If we determine they are beyond the course and scope, then that's why the police chief mentioned observers and documentation, such that there could be actions brought subsequently as appropriate to avoid a conflict with respect to individual officers being charged and cited with federal offenses. We would keep track of that. And so I would move to a point raised by Mr. Cole earlier, which is, well, we have police power authority, we do. However, as I mentioned, we are preempted, meaning the federal government prevails over local government activities with respect to federal immigration activity and practices. So while we can have zoning that describes how property is used in the city, we can have laws that say you can't have fences over a certain height, et cetera. Those are local control, but you may realize that when it comes to federal property, those rules don't apply. So we have to, when we look at, let's say, a plainclothes.
This is not federal property, this is our property, our property.
I understand. So that's why we're doing that. We have the notices on our property. I was getting back to your question about private property, not city property. And you were talking about regulating private property. So you have a house or you have a business, and the city says, you can't, we're gonna regulate federal immigration activity on your private property. We don't have the authority to do that. We believe that that is preempted. Some agencies, some cities may adopt rules and laws that may ignore that preemption question, but that's not what we're recommending. I think I covered a few things, so.
So, there's one piece that hasn't been covered, and I mean, every video I've seen, every time I've seen someone, getting picked up, they're not government vehicles. So I could see if they were registered government vehicles, or they're exempt. I understand that because they're doing work, but they're
Federal
using they're using, I guess, what do you call? Private vehicles.
Rental vehicles.
Rental vehicles to do this work. Now, those vehicles, this is what we're talking about, staging, and it's the vehicles. Those vehicles should be ticketed or impounded.
Well, they could be.
Unless they're
we could
using
ticket a
federal
private-
vehicles, which would make total
Right.
sense that they preempted us, but they're using, I guess, just private vehicles.
They're using private vehicles. I believe many law enforcement agencies, at times, they may rent trucks, they may rent other vehicles, but when they are using them for their official governmental purposes, then those protections apply to those vehicles that are being used in that course and scope of the federal activity.
Let me ask a question to the chief, if you don't mind me asking. So if you have an undercover officer and they park in the red in another jurisdiction and they get a ticket, do the other jurisdictions not give them tickets because they know it's a police officer?
It depends on the circumstances, but typically.
Let's just say an undercover officer is using a regular registered vehicle with the state of California, not an exempt vehicle, and they pull in the red and they get a ticket in another jurisdiction. They're undercover. Do we not pay that ticket, or we reach out to them and say there was an undercover agent that's in deep cover or whatnot?
Well, there's a couple of questions there, but more importantly is typically that car may be ticketed because people don't know that they're law enforcement because they're undercover.
That's the point I'm trying to make, is we should be ticketing these vehicles because we could just say we didn't know that they were law enforcement.
Well, saying they're not law enforcement, but we know that they're there. If we're there on a call that they're ICE and conducting themselves as ICE, the fact that they're in private vehicles doesn't preclude their legal ability to do what they're doing. I think we're conflating two different situations here. If you have a car that nobody knows is a law enforcement vehicle or being used for a law enforcement purpose, as the example you gave, parked at a red curb, then they may get a ticket from somebody not knowing that they're engaged in law enforcement. Later, whatever happens administratively with whether agencies contact each other and say, hey, that was our guy working undercover or whatever the case may be. But in undercover cases, we probably would just pay the ticket simply because we don't want to blow the cover of the officer. So there's a bunch of different elements to that scenario that you gave. The important part of having the unmarked vehicles on the property while they're conducting what otherwise might be considered federally lawful conduct is that we know that they're law enforcement once we get there and identify them. That's what the point of sending supervisors and watch commanders there is, to determine who they are, document it, and put it out there. The idea is it's one trade-off against another, and I get that we want to make sure that we're trying to go out here and really evaluate what's going on and deal with the folks that are out there, but I think it's not prudent to really put our folks in a bad position where they could be federally charged, and now we're dealing with that set of circumstances. I think the prudence lies in how we deal with this on a global perspective overall, and try to do the best that we can at documenting and really attacking it at its core. Going out and trying to pit one law enforcement agency against another and writing tickets or arresting them federally. We hand them a ticket, they put handcuffs on us and take us to jail for a federal violation is not a good trade-off in my opinion. I'm not willing to risk the lives and careers of our officers to do that. I think there's just a safer way to do that right now. And as long as we're working with the legal side of the house and certainly the groups that I'm with chiefs and legislation, we're trying to get to a point where we can stop this from happening altogether. I just don't think that we're there yet.
And I would note that, as I mentioned, what's proposed are policies for the city. So
yes,
it wouldn't even be a code violation. It would be a violation of our policy to do that. And I would, if I could, turn to Chief Assistant City Attorney Arnold Lee, because there has been some case authority with respect to local or state governments and trying to or regulating federal government.
This is Arnold Lee from the City Attorney's Office. As many of you and perhaps all of you know about the SB 627 and SB 805 that went to court, and the district court or the trial judge did strike SB 627 unlawful because it unlawfully discriminated or targeted federal agents in their operations. And that one, the district court found that because of that, there were intergovernmental immunities that apply to those federal agents. And then, of course, 805 is currently on appeal before the Ninth Circuit, but similar challenges have been raised in terms of supremacy clause and intergovernmental immunity as it relates to that. So in terms of potentially identifying laws that could be seen as in the same manner as what 627 maybe proposing could be subject to legal challenge.
So we are trying to give advice to the city that can do as much as possible to try to limit, prevent, prohibit activity that seems extreme or violative of someone's rights or some laws. And in doing so, we've tried to help guide without putting the city at risk or individuals at risk of violating federal laws.
So in other words, and I'm sorry to my colleagues for taking up so much time on this, and this will be the last question I ask. I wanted to ask more questions about the private property, but I think you answered that pretty thoroughly. Makes sense, kind of, since we can't really do anything with our own property, to ask private property owners to, essentially, we need to kind of let our residents know that this actions, these actions are the federal government's actions, but we will monitor these. And in the case there is something that is, these individuals or anyone is, their civil rights are violated, we will have documentation that we can share with that individual if they are going to sue, or if the city itself is going to sue the federal government for the federal government acting in an unlawful manner. Would that be correct?
Yes, it is providing information that can be used that would support individuals, support the city if we feel there's been some type of violation against the city's interest in some subsequent litigation. I'll try to draw an analogy. I don't know if it works, but someone gets pulled over by the police and they feel they have been on the end of excessive force. Well, they don't resolve it right then. They go to court and bring an action and seek to get justice through the court system. So here, the city is trying to come up with policies and practices and procedures that will limit or prevent as much as possible that behavior, that activity, recognizing that we are limited by preemption, by intergovernmental immunities, by the Supremacy Clause, and just trying to do that. So yes, you are correct, as a way to try to assist. And the public should be aware of the limitations so they won't have a false sense of security.
Thank you, and I want to thank our Pasadena Police Department, and I would never want to put one of our officers in harm's way of getting arrested while doing that exact work, is monitoring this behavior of the federal government. Thank you.
Thank you. We still have Mr. Cole, Mr. Line, and then Ms. Rivas in the queue.
Thank you. And thank you, Councilmember Hampton, for that line of questions. I appreciated the inquiries you made, and I think it helps where I will take off from where you left off. Would it be helpful, Madam City Attorney, if these policies were ordinances?
It would help in terms of being able to cite, but I think it would again give a false sense of security in terms of ability to do anything with that citation.
What are the circumstances in which the federal government can utilize property they don't own, that's owned by a different government?
I don't know if Mr. Lee has something, but that he can add to that.
Can they just use, could they take over City Hall tomorrow and just use it for the rest of?
No, that it would have to be based on some federal authority, such as we're under attack, and so they can take over our property.
Yeah, I'm not an attorney, but that's my sense.
Yeah.
So it's our property, and I think we should do everything we can to protect it.
To regulate it, right.
Look, there is a long, complex, and tangled history of friction between local and federal governments.
Yes.
And sometimes the federal government, in the lens of history, has been wrong. Mm-hmm. It interned 120,000 American citizens during World War II, and I think we all would recognize the federal government was in the wrong then, and had the city of Pasadena protected its residents at that time, we would have been in the right. There are also plenty of examples where local governments have resisted things that in the lens of history turned out to be wrong, and the federal government was right, and even to this day, some people will argue some of that history. But this is not new. Mm-hmm. Friction between the authority of the federal government and local government has a long history, probably from before the ink was dry on the Constitution. I really genuinely understand and respect the prudence that both our city attorney and our city police chief and I assume our city manager are exercising here. You are doing your job, and anything I say today is not about questioning your professional judgment. It's your job to give us advice sometimes we are not, that we don't agree with or that we seek to override. That's, your job is to protect us, the citizens in the city of Pasadena. Our job is to make legislation, and our job fundamentally is to protect the health and safety of our residents. And the place where I fundamentally disagree with where we are is I do not consider ICE a law enforcement agency. I think that ICE has been turned into a lawless agency that federal district court judges have documented hundreds of cases where they have directly defied federal court orders. As I said the last time we debated this agency is akin to a county sheriff's department in Mississippi in 1962. It is not a law enforcement agent colleague or counterpart or partner. This is an agency bent on abusing the rights of both American citizens and people who are residents of our city. And so that's a place where I would test the prudence, but of course I'm one of 8. And ultimately courts and the court of public opinion and the court of history will decide who's right here. So what my nightmare is that the federal government leases a warehouse in East Pasadena and decides to make it another one of their concentration camps. And to me, we ought to have zoning protections that keep us from allowing such a thing to happen. And I think that that is within our power. If the federal government owns the property, they can't do that. But if they lease it from somebody, I think we have authority. And I'd like to see us explore that further. I also think that we should set ourselves up to be able to cite violations of our laws, and we should have in place our laws to the extent that they are morally defensible. We may have to test some laws. They are testing defiance of law. Right? They are, every day, they are testing how far they can defy the law, how much they can violate constitutional rights, how much they can brutalize residents of our country, how many people they can ship off to torture-like conditions in countries that those people have never set foot in. They are seeking to strip people born in this country that have had protection under the 14th Amendment for over a century to take away their citizenship going forward. This is the closest thing to our history books of the enforcement of the fugitive slave law. And people stood up against that, and ultimately, in the course of history, they were vindicated. Let me turn to more prosaic things. I appreciate very much
Mr.
that
Hall, how much more time will you need? We want to be mindful of the clock, and we still have people in the
5 minutes at the most. I'm appreciative that the website is up. It is not a user-friendly way for people to really understand what their rights are and how to protect them. It is a long list of city actions and policies, and it is a whole long laundry list of places to go. And I think it's well-intentioned, but I think we should be thinking about someone who needs to know right now one of two things. What are my rights against the federal government to protect my constitutional rights, and who can help me with that? And then second, what are my rights as an observer when I see illegal or unconstitutional activities? What can I do? And I think if we design the webpage to answer those two questions, it will be much more useful. I also think we should be distributing at our libraries and our recreation centers and our senior center the Know Your Rights pamphlets or cards or what have you. And I think that's congruent with our action from 6 weeks ago. And finally, I would like to see these police policies not only reviewed by our own Public Safety Committee, which sometimes has a challenge meeting, but I think there's a role for the CPOC there as well. And I'd like to see a discussion and potentially recommendations back to us from them. The policy that's listed on the website from the police is not the same policy that we just heard. That may just be a question of it catching up to the new policy. But again, I think we ought to be transparent about where we stand on the police activities. So I'll leave it at this, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Cole.
One sentence. No, I appreciate it. I'll leave it at this. I do not want to put our officers in harm's way. I don't want to put the city of Pasadena at harm's way. But right now, residents of our city are in harm's way. And I want to do everything I can to protect them.
Thank you, Mr. Cole.
Mayor, could I? Oh.
Yeah, go ahead.
I just wanted to briefly address a couple of points. And trust me, we understand that our residents are really experiencing, not just in Pasadena, but across the country. It's an unprecedented time. And who would have thought we would be here again? But we are. And so we, as the council knows, and maybe some members of the public, the city has intervened in lawsuits trying to protect the rights of residents. Whether they're citizens or not, they are people. They are human beings. And the city of Pasadena has intervened to try to help support that. And at the lower court levels, we have been prevailing. But as it goes up, those cases get appealed to higher courts, and it may not be the same result. So as you pointed out, Mr. Cole, we are giving advice to try to advance the goals of protecting our population, everyone in our community. But we have to do it in a manner that will be as least likely for getting individuals in trouble and harming individuals, and prevailing, if possible, if we are challenged in court as well. So yes, it may be a little conservative because we recognize that there are limitations, and we want people to understand that there are limitations, but we're trying to help push that as much as possible.
And I'll reiterate, I have tremendous respect for you personally, for your office, for the city manager and the police chief. You are doing your job.
Thank you.
We have to do our job, and sometimes our job is to take higher risks than you recommend as of the utmost prudence.
Well, but we also have a responsibility to be prudent ourselves. Look, I've been out there, I've watched members of the community effectively make their voice known and do so lawfully. And I agree that the city should do the same. But we also, when I say we have to be prudent, we also have to be mindful of the fact that if we're not careful and we end up in court, we make bad law that then harms not just the effort of members of the community, but of this city and those attempting to assist. So we do have to be careful about making choices that then lead to the creation of bad law. And the courts, at the lower level, have done the right thing where we've intervened, but higher up we go, we know the road is not a pleasant one as you get closer to the current Supreme Court. In terms of land use, Mr. Cole points out that, the possibility ICE or the federal government rents a warehouse and then begins to operate a jail or holding facility. But if a private property owner rents out property, they still have to abide by our land use. I mean, this is a complicated issue because our land use restrictions still apply. I mean, you can't just put a hospital, for example, as a property owner, allow a hospital to operate, or a clinic, just because you rented it out and put it in your lease agreement. They're still subject to the land use approvals. That's where I think we're in strongest footing, to say to private property owners, careful, because you can't just rent out to whomever it is and just start some willy-nilly operation without the city having.
That's what I was advocating for.
Well, yeah, that's without the city. Well, but I think that's implicit in what we're seeing here. We would enforce our land use.
We would enforce it to the extent we can.
Yeah.
We'd have to look at the circumstances and what that use was, and any legal authority establishing how far we could go in enforcing.
But if I think the city's on much stronger ground, instead of making it part of a policy here, to say we're not, giving up our land use authority and our police powers on land use regulations for anyone. And that, in my view, gets around, or doesn't get around, but complies with, we can't discriminate against even the federal government, and when they behave this way. But keeping it to our authorized land use police powers is, I think, the correct approach.
But Mayor,
if the situation comes up.
Mayor, we have three kinds of uses: prohibited uses, allowable uses, and uses that we don't know whether they're one or the other, right? Which happens frequently is something comes up and says, well, that's like this, but not like that. So it may be that it's not explicit that you could come in and have a holding facility. Neither, however, is it explicit that you can't. And so I'm suggesting that that is one arena that we should explore to see whether we can tighten up our existing land uses.
Yeah, but it's in the land use arena that we should do that.
That's what I was asking.
And so, but I don't see any allowed or prohibited. I mean, I would say to you, there is a prohibited use for what you describe as a concentration camp. We're not, that's nowhere in the zoning code is that allowed or even contemplated. And if you have a facility that's intended to house warehouse people, again, our police powers would say you can't do that. You can't just lease out your warehouse and allow people to live there. And so I think looking at our land use regulations to ensure that, it's tightened in terms of mass holding facilities, or if there's any loophole, I think that's different than saying include it in this policy that then ends up, getting challenged in court, and we do harm to the people that we're trying to assist.
Yeah, I don't want to give a false sense of security that our zoning would, I was about to use the wrong word, would preempt any federal use that is at least arguably, or they propose, is within that United States code. So just don't want to give that sense of, okay, it's our zoning, we could do whatever we want, which we can within bounds.
I don't know about other states, but in California, the regulations for type 1 jail facilities or type 2 jail facilities are very extensive, right down to the construction, not just the use itself, but to the construction. And we ought to have an analysis of, at some point, what could they do? And do our zoning laws facilitate it? If they do, then, there's a possibility that we make corrections, and not just for the federal government, but we don't want any mass facility operated by anyone for private or public purposes that isn't up to California's zoning codes in Pasadena's. Okay, Mr. Lyon, followed by Ms. Rivas. Then
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you
Ms.
for the
Gregson.
report and for really trying to comprehensively deal with all of the recommendations in the resolution. I want to talk a little bit about the signage, the city signage on our property. So initially, I imagined that the purpose of that was to prevent a trespass in progress. I understand the logic of not doing that and that it's fraught in this circumstance, but what is the point? How do we intend to give this teeth if we're going to put up sign?
I don't know if you want to.
So we recognize that we cannot restrict the use of even our property if the federal agents have a judicial warrant to conduct their work. So the purpose in my mind of this language, and keep in mind this is what was proposed by LA, Chicago, Santa Clara. So it's what we came out with, and I think there's value in consistency with all the agencies having the same sort of messaging on their signage. But it is to restrict the use of our properties for anything for which we don't intend to be for city purposes, and to restrict immigration agents from using those locations to basically set up or conduct their operations absent a judicial warrant.
I think that's actually an answer to my second question I was going to ask, which is the language itself we've already talked about. I think saying civil immigration enforcement doesn't work because DHS regards ICE as conducting criminal enforcement across the board. So we've already not let them know that they're not permitted to be here. So I think, notwithstanding what other agencies are doing, I think our sign should say for any warrantless detention. It's not permitted for warrantless detention. And for that matter, I don't know that we have to make it available for warranted detentions, but we can. But this, I want to go back to what the point is. What if we're telling them they can't do this activity there, and they come and do this activity there, whatever it is, warrantless arrest? Mm-hmm. What happens then? And I think this is a city attorney question more than a.
Well, and it's really a policy, and so I think the intention was to record that, communicate to the federal government that this isn't allowed. You've done this, recognizing that there are potential limitations, and we were concerned about putting warrantless because maybe it's just immigration activity because they view everything as it's not like it's civil immigration, it's just immigration enforcement.
We could do that.
We're that instead of warrantless.
Yeah.
But the thought is to make that statement, and I think this language was similar to what was used in other cities or other across the country as a way to communicate that this is not how property is to be used. Sometimes I think it may be a code provision, but I think in the places that don't have that as a code, recognize that they really probably couldn't get very far in trying to enforce it. That language in the federal law is 18 U.S.C. section 1503. And among other things, it says whoever, by threats or force or by any communication, endeavors to impede any officer in the United States in the discharge of his duty or impede the due administration of justice, recognizing the terms, I don't know that they're really due administration of justice, but shall be punished by imprisonment for not more than 10 years and a fine or both. So recognizing that that's so broad, my understanding is that we were trying to come up with something that would give us at least the ability to say you can't do that here without crossing that line.
So then I think it's largely performative. mean, there is value in saying these are our values. This is something we believe in, but I do think it's misleading to everyone because it suggests that we're going to do something about it.
Right, and
that
that's
we're going to push back. And we are. I really appreciated your explanation of where we stand because we are trying to take on conduct that we see as violative of the U.S. Constitution and do that in a way where we're still playing by the rule of law. So we're playing by two different rule books. But I think that requires us to be a little more creative. So and if it's to further our litigation against the federal government, then we need to think about whether this language does that and it puts them on notice that they're going to have a claim. And likely they have a defense to that claim anyway. So I don't think we're there yet with this signage. It seems like it's a nice message, but it's largely performative, I think.
And talking with legal offices in other jurisdictions, I think some of them recognize that there are limits, but they were asked to create the language, and they did. Recognizing, at least from the legal perspective, it may not get what the decision makers would like to achieve.
Then on the other question that came up in this conversation about in a detention center of some kind, this is one where we should push the limits of the law and zone and then let somebody sue us for violating it. And this is where I would ask your office to start from a place of yes and not from a place of, ooh, this is hard. We might be making someone mad. It's very likely that having this conversation is making someone mad right now. Someone's paying attention that we're having this conversation. That's not our problem or our business. Our business is to try to do right by the people of Pasadena. And so while the notion of a detention center wasn't even in these recommendations, we do need to think about that. And should zone for it and say it's not allowed here and let somebody come and sue us. And do that in a way that has the best shot of being defensible in court, but also isn't unduly fearful. Thank you for the work on this, though. This is hard stuff.
Thank you. Mr. Madison, followed by, I'm sorry, Ms. Rivas, followed by Mr. Madison.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, everyone, for the conversation so far. We all saw what played out in Minnesota with Operation Metro Surge. There's essentially nothing the local government could do to stop that operation and the intentional and systemic trampling of our civil rights. When it comes to the ban or the policy on banning the use of city property, I think it's worth investigating or worth thinking about making it an ordinance that we could potentially enforce after the fact. Our city attorney explained that, this is not something we can address on the scene, but perhaps we can cite them or document violations and then after the fact bring some sort of civil action. So I think it may not get as far, but it may be worth making an ordinance that is cited on a sign that we can perhaps enforce after the fact. Again, it's the least we can do, and who knows how far it'll get. Thank you to everyone who brought up the conversation about zoning. I think we absolutely should consider a zoning amendment or a prohibitive zoning ordinance that bans perhaps all sorts of detention centers, jails, holding facilities, any sort of detention center, prisons, no matter who is the operator, county, state, federal government. I don't think that's a use that we want in our city anyways. And so I think that would make it more effective and less likely to be challenged for violating 18 U.S.C. 1503. So I think that's something we definitely need to look into and consider adopting as soon as possible before that becomes an issue. Hopefully it doesn't, but we should get moving on that. And then lastly, I just want to thank Councilmember Cole for pointing out that these law enforcement agencies, ICE and these agencies, ICE and Border Patrol, are not law enforcement agencies right now. They're acting as lawless agencies. They are intentionally staging operations to trample our constitutional rights. And so I know we don't control our police department, but to whatever extent our department and our officers can understand that these are not their colleagues. They are very much here to trample our rights and not respect our laws. I think that's a helpful framework and perspective to have out in the field when they're working with responding to these calls and working with our residents and really understanding that and I know they do, that they understand that they're there to protect the residents, but I think the other side of the coin, then the thing that needs to click in everyone's mind is that ICE and Border Patrol are not our colleagues. They are here to hurt us, basically. And they have stated intentionally that they don't want to respect the Constitution. So we should really be very hesitant and very cautious when we are interacting with them out in the field and not be giving them deference that we would to any other local agent, any other federal agency or a law enforcement agency. And that's it. I really appreciate all the hard work that's gone into this. We are extremely limited in what we can do. On the one hand, we can't enforce federal immigration law, but we also can't prohibit the federal government from doing that. So there's a very, very narrow space between those things to act. And so I really appreciate all the vetting and homework and thought that's gone into this. And so let's just continue on the same road. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rivas. Mr. Madison, followed by Mr. Jones, then Mr. Masuda.
Thanks, Mayor. I really appreciate the conversation. And, I'm someone that spent 9 years in the Department of Justice as a federal prosecutor, and I'm frankly ashamed at what's happened to that department, our beloved Department of Justice, where, the rule of law was paramount, doing justice was paramount, and these types of practices are all connected to this current administration and this current president. And, I've got sort of a bunch to share, but I'm going to try to do it really quickly and, just 2 or 3 points. I think, first, I yield to no one in my opprobrium for ICE and this Department of Justice and this administration and the way that they've treated law-abiding people. It is not a crime to be undocumented. And they use terms, one of the speakers tonight said, illegal immigrants. And they suggest that that's a criminal status. It is not. And every statistic shows that immigrants are far less likely to commit crimes than persons that are citizens by birth or naturalization. It makes sense, right? If you're here to provide a better life for yourself and your family, you're here to work probably a backbreaking job at wages that many of those of us that were fortunate enough to be born here might not do. The last thing you want to do is jeopardize that and leave your family in the lurch like that. So it's absolutely shameful. It's racist. It's bigoted. It's corrupt. It's a bait and switch to get middle America to look away from the failed economic policies and the tax breaks for billionaires and get people fired up over a very sort of tribal emotional issue that comes from a very, very bad place. And we're winning. What happened to Kristi Noem? I haven't seen her around lately. What happened to Pam Bondi, the Attorney General, who ran my beloved Justice Department into the ground? She got fired. What happened to that clown Bovino, who's out on the front lines threatening people and, talking smack? They're gone. And the challenge for us has to be, and this is not easy, but has to be to adhere to the rule of law ourselves and not fall into the trap of responding in kind, with violence, political violence, or illegal conduct ourselves. And I will say, I support our community 100%, and I've seen some of the protests go over the line. Cars driving in the opposite side of the street to try to stop ICE agents, threats, criminal threats to ICE agents. We're going to F you up. Get the F out of here, dude. I mean, there's a line that we need to stay on this side of it. We ought not to lower ourselves to their standards, And I don't want anyone in Pasadena to be shot and killed or run over and killed, because these clowns at ICE now, these untrained agents, I'm quite sure they're January 6th criminals that were pardoned by this president that are in the ranks of those ICE officers. There's just no training, no standards. Our police department has to watch 10 seconds of the of these operations, and they can spot numerous instances that would be violations of our policies, our training, our standards for how professional law enforcement conducts themselves. So it's absolutely horrible. And I would say that I actually am grateful that the language civil enforcement is in the policy, because there is, at a time, if we could ever return to normalcy and restore the values and norms of our democracy, there is a place for appropriate use of immigration law. Many of us remember the Kendrick McDade shooting. In that case, our officers responded to a 911 call in which an undocumented person claimed that he had been robbed at gunpoint by two young men in the community and that they each had guns. And so when our officers respond to an armed robbery like that, naturally there's going to be a high level of stress and a different tactical and strategic sort of approach. And I felt at that time that that individual should have been prosecuted for felony murder, because he made a false police report. He later admitted that he did it intentionally because he wanted to escalate the response time. He had left his car unlocked, and he walked across the street as they reached in and simply boosted the laptop or whatever it was out of his. There were no guns involved. But that conduct changed the course of that evening and sadly resulted in the death of a young man from our community. So there are places where there's an appropriate use. And, when I first started hearing about we need to abolish ICE, I thought, well, no, we need to return ICE to the standards. But I'm not so sure now that I'm not with the group that's saying we need to abolish it, because there is a point at which an organization, it becomes so tainted that there's no choice but to just sunset it and start anew. And there are going to be many instances like that. I would suggest what's unfolding probably as we speak in Iran is another example. Our Department of Defense being run by an absolutely unqualified cowboy is going to be another organization that's going to take decades to rebuild and the stature in the world that we have. So I'm doing what I said I wouldn't do, and that's going too long there, and I apologize for that. But this is a big topic, and I'm comfortable with the policies, basically as stated. I think this zoning thing is candidly not a good use of our resources, right? I'm not aware of any effort that's underway to do that. I think that's the last thing they would want to do, is be in a tolerant, progressive place like Pasadena and try to engage in that behavior. Sadly, we had those facilities in World War II. There was a detention center for Japanese Americans who were being interned, and it was on South Arroyo Parkway. There were council members who boasted about it, and that was not that long ago. So this is an old horror that we're reliving. And I think we need to stay in the litigation. Judge Frimpong granted our request for a TRO along with the other plaintiffs. Sadly, the Supreme Court overturned it. But they even seem, with some of these recent arguments and cases, to be turning back against Trump. But sooner or later, everyone will figure it out, that he is corrupt and bigoted and self-interested. Our administration is, it's like a RICO enterprise. It literally is like a criminal organization itself, and that's shameful. But people are figuring that out, and we need to just stay the course. And my final thought is just, I want to make sure that we don't, in our hurry to indict those that should be indicted, ICE and Trump and all of them, that we don't have any unintended consequences that somehow hurt, both the rule of law and also our ability to continue to thrive as a community. So it seems like this isn't fully baked, and it'll come back to us, and I'm happy at Ledge Policy to take this up, or Public Safety, whomever. I'm grateful for the staff work. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. Jones, followed by Mr. Masuda, and then we'll hear from the city manager.
Thanks, Mayor, and thanks to the city manager and his team for putting together this policy recommendation and the presentation. I'd like to circle back to the land use for the detention center. I think that that's something, and I hear your thoughts, Steve, but I think that our committee can discuss that and take that up. Because I would want to make sure we are nailing that down and not allowing a concentration camp, a detention center outside, I guess, of our police jail. And so I don't know how soon we could get that agendized at our committee meeting, but it's no, not the public safety, the homeless housing and planning committee, yeah. Is that the correct name? Or
Yeah.
Planning, yes. Housing and homeless, yeah, and planning, yeah.
HHP.
HHP, well, not the organization, yeah.
Oh.
So yeah, I think that's, I think that's something we can definitely discuss. I think we should flesh that out more. And I just wanted to clarify, so this would apply to our operating companies, right? Like the Civic Center, the Rose Bowl, or our operating company is going to take up their own policy or adopt this same policies.
This is currently being developed as a city of Pasadena as an
yeah.
organization policy, so not at this point extending to operating companies. That discussion has not occurred yet.
If it's a city of
But those are city-owned properties.
those, yeah, like
The city-owned
correct.
property.
the city
So for
owns the
city-owned-
Rose Bowl, yeah.
Yes, that's correct. Yes.
So it'd be subject to that. Okay, and then also just to clarify, I when the agenda came out and talked to a lot of residents, a lot of the residents that I represent that are impacted by this use Pasadena Transit. Are we posting signs on Pasadena Transit? Is ICE allowed to enter Pasadena Transit without a warrant?
Candidly, that question has not been contemplated yet, so that's something that we would need to take a deeper dive into.
I think that's a concern for me and at least for the residents that I represent, because a lot of them rely on public transit, and I think that response is going to increase the fear that they already feel right now. And I guess it goes back to the bigger question about, like, there's even people who are documented are staying inside and they're not coming outside. And I know and I appreciate the mayor and Councilmember Hampton and this council, I guess, for authorizing the $100,000. And I know we put out the memo about, with Community Foundation.
Yeah, California Community Foundation.
California Community Foundation.
Is how those funds will be distributed.
Yeah. And,
or the
and
vehicle.
I'm prepared to support the policy, and I'm prepared to take up the land use question. But I really think this policy is focusing on documenting the harm instead of like preventing it or figuring out ways to prevent it. And that's to prevent it to our residents, that's to prevent it to our police officers as well. And so I think ledge policy probably could take up, a further discussion on further enhancing the policy. So I appreciate the work and effort.
With the exception of the land use.
With the exception of the land use, yeah.
Okay. Mr. Masuda, followed by Mr. Marquez.
I certainly appreciate what I heard tonight and what you all said. And there's actually a message here that I heard from all of you. That immigration has really changed, is how we know it. And Mr. Madison, thank you for mentioning the Japanese internment camp. I'm very close to that subject because my grandparents and my parents were in those internment camps, but it shows you where federal law can really hurt certain classes of people. And it sounds like it's a logical thing, but it wasn't. It's, it was just terrible. So I thank you for saying, follow the rule of law, protect yourselves. Our job as council members is to protect our community and our residents, and we should never forget that. Respect our police officers, and I know we're talking a lot about law, and understand what our officers really have to do law enforcement has really changed, and as we all know, it's very difficult and it's a very dangerous job, and we should never forget that. Follow the instructions of the police and be safe. That's all I have to say, Mayor. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Mr. Masuda, our city manager, Mr. Marquez.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you to the council and the public for this very important debate and discussion. On the bad news side, I think as I looked at it and thought about it, we're at month 15 of a 48-month term of the current administration. So this is going to be something we have to deal with in the long run. And I think this is the good start of a conversation, but I agree that it needs to come back to various committees and keep the conversation going to really figure out the best path forward. Certainly, it's been a very difficult issue for us as we took it on. We've been in close communication with the city attorney's office, our own staff. We've had many, many meetings, and we've reached out to all of our sister jurisdictions who are also, I can tell you, struggling mightily with what's going on in our world today. It goes without saying that we value our employees. Our employees show up every single day, and they work incredibly hard. So I would ask the council, as we think through this going forward, coming to committees, that we think about city policies. How do we most effectively push back? But I would be one who would strongly urge to say, let's document, let's preserve, let's go later and enforce in court and try to change the rules that way and challenge the rules that way, as opposed to asking our employees to potentially violate federal law. As the city attorney read, each of those statutes, there's a whole bunch of them throughout the U.S. Code that say whoever essentially what they say, whoever interferes, impedes, or obstructs a federal officer in their duties is subject to go to prison for up to 10 years. And we just can't ask, in my opinion, our employees to take on that risk. And you know, as I said, they can document, we can preserve, we can put all those policies in place, and then come back to council and say, can we go and litigate this? And try to change the rules and try to hold people accountable. But I really strongly urge us to think hard, be mindful of the impact on our workforce who is out there every day for us. And we can't ask them to potentially violate federal law. And with that, Police Chief Harris also asked me if I could please turn it over to him to make a quick statement and clarification.
Very quick, maybe 30 to 45 seconds.
Sure.
Where I cause confusion in public, I think it's important to clarify it in public as well. And I want to direct it to a question that was asked by Councilmember Hampton, because I think it was an absolutely appropriate question. And I don't want anybody leaving the public venue thinking that we're pointing the finger at anyone saying that they are not protective of the law enforcement officers or employees. I think that question was absolutely appropriate. I think it's something that needs to be asked and is really good for the debate. So I wanted to make sure that I didn't send anybody away from here with any confusion as to your commitment to this community and your commitment to the police department. So if we caused that confusion in public, and I did, I want to make sure that we clear it up in public, which is what we're doing here. So thank you.
Thank you, Chief. You know, let me first say, you know, I've been very proud of this community's response in general. As an immigrant myself, someone who knows what it's like to be discriminated against and be, you know, the city manager and I often have this conversation, but be treated differently based on, you know, my history as an immigrant, you know, I was monolingual Spanish speaking, you know, all of the things, you know, we grew up poor, but all of those things came together and, you know, created a lot of anxiety. And so I've been very proud of how this community has responded and said no, and it's not right. And that's in large part, you know, we talked about, you know, how effective some of these measures can be. But we're also sending a message on behalf of this community that the behavior of ICE agents is unacceptable in Pasadena. And, you know, that's an important message for all of us to send. And what we're struggling with is what I said at the community forum, you know, a week or two ago, I don't recall. We may have to say things that, you know, and the public should be prepared to, you know, to hear us say things that we don't want to say. such as, we can't put employees in a position of asking them to violate federal law and subject themselves to arrest or detention or worse. And so, I wish we could say something different, but we can't. And so, that's a very difficult position for all of us to be in, because we have a responsibility to the community, we have a responsibility to the rule of law, and we have a responsibility to our employees as well. I want to thank the people who have been out there in the public, ensuring that Pasadena makes its voice known publicly, protecting individuals, but also doing it in a way that is consistent with who we are as a city, doing it lawfully, doing it beautifully, frankly, with the music and, people from every walk of life coming together. And that's been, a community effort. Those have not been organized by the city of Pasadena. It really is organic and comes directly from the people of Pasadena. And so I want to thank everyone who's participated and supported those events. And then the police department. The police department and our police officers have been great. Could we all do some things better? Sure. But I would say to you that our police department has performed exceedingly well in ensuring that these demonstrations, large demonstrations, allow people to exercise their First Amendment right without creating a dangerous situation for the protesters or anyone else. So with that, Mr. Cole.
Heard from the public? Are there public speakers?
We do have
Six.
Right, I'll reserve till after we've heard from the public.
Okay. Now, I want to remind us all that we still have the budget discussion
And an appointment.
and the appointment. So let's start with, why don't you call the 6 names out, Mr. Clerk, and I'll ask everyone to come to the center aisle.
Renee Gonzalez, I'm not sure if he's still here. Sarah Nordstrom, Humera Afzal, Spencer Skelly, Sonia Burnt, and Yadi.
If you've heard your name, please form a line.
Sarah Nordstrom, you would be first up. You're first up.
Come on down.
Doesn't look like Renee is here, and he's not online, right?
Ms. Nordstrom?
Thank you. First of all, I just want to thank you all for the discussion that you just had. It was very helpful and clarifying, and I really appreciate it, as well as appreciate you coming out to the community forum last week. I'm concerned about other potential ways in which PPD activities may be unknowingly aiding the federal government's activities around immigration. And I'm concerned about the bigger picture of blurring the lines between federal governance and policing with state and local authority. I know that under the first Trump administration, the federal government started rolling out requirements over the coming years that local law enforcement agencies comply with a more detailed and streamlined system of data sharing. Maybe Chief Harris, I don't know what NIBRS means exactly, but so my one direct question that's kind of more specific is when somebody is arrested and booked here in Pasadena, I'm just curious, this is rhetorical, what data is collected about them, and this is not rhetorical. Does the Pasadena PD include on that data collection their country of origin or whether or not they're a U.S. citizen when you book someone that you arrest?
The answer to that question is no, but the chief, he should be able to. I know that we don't typically have a question.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm new to this. Okay. Gotcha. Okay. My question then is, once this data is collected, does Pasadena PD have any control over, even knowledge of where that goes, into what systems it's shared with what federal agencies and private entities? we all know that it's now been established that the federal government does purchase personal data from private companies.
Ma'am, your time has expired.
To avoid those pesky poor Fourth Amendment rights. So that's one of my other concerns that hasn't been addressed with the policy that you're enacting. Thanks.
And if I've called your name, that'll stop the new speaker cards, though, for this item. Everybody who's been called will get a chance to speak. Go ahead.
Ms. President?
Wait, before you start, I have a 2-minute comment on the workshop. Will this take away from that?
No.
Okay.
But
I just have a quick
It was
comment.
actually, Humira was ahead of you, sorry.
Sorry.
Okay.
Okay.
I just want to keep it in order.
I just
Thank
wanted
you.
to make a quick comment, a follow-up to Vice Mayor Rivas and Councilmember Cole on the idea of an ordinance versus a policy. I think there's a big difference. And I think the idea is to make a record and to bring it to court. And while the average citizen doesn't know the difference between an ordinance and a policy, the judge will. And if you can't even elevate this to an ordinance, what does that tell the judge? You just want to, what are you here for? Violation of a policy. Come on. Please reconsider and make these ordinances. I know it's more hassle, but I think it makes a big difference. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Burnt.
Thank you. Humira Afzal, followed by Spencer Kelly,
Ma'am,
and
welcome.
then Yadi.
Yeah, I'd like to thank you for this discussion. It was really good, and I appreciate all the work that's going into this. I'm going to come back again, like I did before, to the contractor disclosures. It's very narrow. The language is very narrow, and it just asks contractors to disclose, or potential ones to disclose, contracts and agreements. I've shared with some of you the language that the LA Unified School District has used, which is much more comprehensive language and recognizes that support for ICE isn't just limited to direct contracts. It can also include things like sponsorships, partnerships, donations, et cetera. I've emailed it to you, and I have some more copies that I'll share. As Councilmember Lyon said, please be more creative and less performative. I really support the zoning exclusion discussion. That's good, and I think that should be followed up with, and I'll look forward to that meeting, Councilman Jones. It would have been beneficial to have had a report back more on the public forum. Those of us who were there know that multiple people expressed concern about the use of flock cameras. I actually even got the opportunity to ask Chief Harris some questions if he was aware that, for example, Pasadena PD has a history of sharing data with federal and out-of-state agencies in violation of California state law. I also asked if he was aware that the feds actually have access to our data via the Fusion Center, or if he was aware that Flock Safety had a secret pilot program with Customs and Border Patrol back in 2025. And he wasn't aware. And so here, Chief Harris, here's documentation.
Ma'am, if you'll hand it to the,
I've only lived here 6 months. I found that information out. So I think you need to acknowledge that Flock was very much on people's minds at that forum, and there was no discussion of that here tonight. And lastly, someone else already covered this, but please, I still hear.
Ma'am, your time has expired.
Oh, okay.
thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Spencer Kelly, followed by Yadi.
Just really briefly, Mayor, I just want to announce that we will continue the discussion on the flock license plate readers at the next public safety meeting on April 15th.
Thank you. Mr. Kelly?
I appreciate for being able to speak, and a lot of what's been said tonight. That's a lot to take in. But I did want to talk about the report. For the signage, honestly, I don't know if it's going to do anything. Walk around the neighborhood, there's signs all over the place. In fact, where there aren't signs, it's probably because people are too scared to put them up. If you do put them up, 2 languages at least, and maybe violations will get your car towed at the bottom, even though maybe the police department and other people aren't willing to take a stand and put themselves out there. Maybe we can find a repo man that would. I think that might take care of that really quick. For point 5, as far as documenting everything, I'd really like to see that documentation go back to the beginning of this. We're talking about 1.5 years here. That's a lot of things that have happened, and we have no idea who these people were. There is no record of these people. They have broken laws in our city, and they are doing it without any regard. The fact that we don't know who they are means we can't even follow up later. right? People get assaulted, a guy with a mask did it, and then the police got in our way when we tried to film, right? And as far as cooperation goes, I mean, I think the other point, 767 body cameras showing up and being there in person, I think we'll learn a lot from those body cameras. If something has changed, it'll be great. We'll see ICE agents in front of the officer. But so far from what we've seen, all you'll get are people protesting on the streets because they're facing the wrong way, okay? I think there's a lot to do here, and I don't think you guys are alone. Stand up with other cities. Everybody's afraid of going to court. Like, come on, you're elected. Stand up. Stand up with other cities. Go to court together. We're all
Sir,
out
your
there
time has
one
expired.
by one,
Thank you,
and we
sir.
have a whole community behind
Thank you.
us.
Thank you, Mr.
All right.
Kelly.
Yadi?
Yadi, welcome.
Yeah, I just want to start by saying I thank you all that participated in the town hall. I think it was a very good discussion, even though there wasn't like a lot of clarity that came out of that. And I understand the chief's concern about law enforcement getting pitted against each other, which is not a good situation. But the reality is that right now leaves us fending for ourselves. And I also do appreciate staff making a very clear disclaimer that you don't want to give the public the false sense of security. And jeopardizing safety, which I think is very, very important to highlight. But what the federal government is doing is very heavy-handed and excessive. And I recognize that there's right now like litigation around AB 627 and SB 805, but I urge you to see what in that legislation can be done. And as I expressed to the council in late 2024, the California Attorney General had established model policies for public institutions to protect the privacy of not just immigrants, but the general public. And that's something that you can implement, which includes prohibiting the unauthorized collection or disclosure of information and providing notification of individual and family privacy rights to everyone who uses these public institutions. And then I also ask you to support SB 1105, the Protect California Rights Act, to push back against these actions by the federal government. And again, once again, to support AB 1337, which would extend the Information Practices Act not just to apply to state agencies, but also local government agencies. And then, as was already mentioned before, and I've said time and time again, really, if flock cameras and the other surveillance technologies that are used by the city of Pasadena are not a part of the conversation, then we're not addressing all of these issues. And I just want to highlight that these flock cameras were brought into the city like literally with a snap of a fingers, and it's been way, way more difficult and a higher barrier to remove them. And at the very
Your
least,
time has expired.
they should be
Thank you.
put a moratorium until we discuss the further use
Thank
of
you.
these cameras. Thank you.
That completes public comment on this item.
Okay, Mr. Cole?
I'm going to make a motion, listening carefully to what all of my colleagues have said and taking into account the very important considerations that everybody, including our professional staff, have made to the contribution along with the public tonight. The first point is that we refer to the Housing, Homeless, and Planning Committee of the City Council the question of auditing our zoning in consultation with our staff to see if there are loopholes that need to be tightened. If there are not, that's good. Number two, that we revamp the web page to be more user-friendly, to really address the needs of folks who would be most likely to need that in both English and Spanish. Number three, that we ask the Civilian Police Oversight Commission to agendize a collaborative discussion with our police department about these new policies. And I think that they're being informed about it and having some input into it will be a constructive step forward. And that we authorize the staff to distribute Know Your Rights materials through city channels, and that we explore in the Municipal Services Committee whether these protections can be applied to our transit system. And finally, that we ask the city attorney to draft for our consideration an ordinance putting into effect the policies on number 1 and number 2. And again, I want to emphasize what we have all said. Deeply appreciate the alacrity, conscientiousness, and prudence of our city staff. They're doing their job and doing it well. Our job is a little different, and those would be my recommendations for follow-up for tonight.
Okay. And so I don't think we need, do we need a motion or just?
There's a motion and a second.
Okay.
And the item allows for it.
Yeah, no, I appreciate, again, as someone who's had personal experience, I appreciate all of the work and commitment of this council and people in the community. You know, it is it's a fine line because we don't want to put a target on anyone's back because the people who ultimately pay the price are the people that we're trying to help. And so I think this is a good approach and strikes about the balance that we sought at the beginning of this discussion. Okay. Any questions? Chief, did you want to respond on the information? Just so we have clarity on what the police department does and does not collect. I think it was Ms. Nordstrom that asked.
We just wanted to make sure it was clear to the public that when we arrest people, we don't do anything with their citizenship. It matters not in their booking process. We ask for ID to identify them, and that's the extent of it. And we don't cooperate with ICE per SB 54.
Thank you, Chief.
And Mayor, maybe we should also repeat, separate from that, but one of the public commenters mentioned that we should stand up with other cities and sue the federal government, which we have. In fact, so many times I've lost track, so I don't know if we have a quick running total of how many times we've done that.
4, I think it's 4.
4 now?
And
I'm sure there will be more.
amicus on a 5th.
Okay, so 4 plus an amicus on a 5th, the birthright citizenship case.
Yes,
Yes.
amicus meaning a friend of the court brief in support of someone else's action.
And I'm sure there will be more to come, unfortunately, but we'll keep doing it
So
as long as we need to.
Very good point. I mean, we are doing our part in joining litigation where other cities have not. You know, and sometimes it's a small group, sometimes it's a larger group, but we're certainly making our voice known. Mr. City Manager?
Thank you, Mayor. And Mr. Cole, you mentioned about the website being in Spanish, and I think that's right. That's absolutely right. But a work stream we had a few years back because of Councilmember Jones asking us to have the website in many different languages. A lot of times people don't see, but in the very top and right of every web page on the city, there's a button to push, and there's 9 different languages, including Spanish, French, German, Chinese, et cetera.
I'm familiar with that, and I appreciate that. I think in this case, this is aimed at a very specific target group, and I think that if however you make it clear, it should be available in Spanish.
Absolutely.
So just a little thing in the top right-hand corner may not be sufficient to really, again, make this as user-friendly to someone who is panicked and is worried and can go on this website and really get help that's in a language and a vocabulary and an action-oriented versus kind of a term paper.
Agreed. And you know, Mr. Leclerc is here, and I'll speak to him about making it clear, because it is a little bit hidden, but I want the public to know that we do have everything on our website in 9 different languages. Just click on it, and it'll translate. And thank Mr. Jones for pushing us in that direction a couple years back.
Thank you. Call a question.
Okay, motion and second, roll call.
Councilmember Cole? Yes. Councilmember Hampton?
Yes.
Councilmember Jones?
Yes.
Councilmember Lyon?
Yes.
Councilmember Madison is absent. Councilmember Masuda?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rivas?
Yes.
Mayor Gordo?
Yes.
The motion is approved without objection.
Thank you.
7-0.
Okay, thank you everyone for your participation. Thank you to the staff. Okay, thank you, Mr. Soto. Next, we will move on to,
Well, for items, just to announce, for items 6, 7, and 8, those are canceled public hearings and they will not be held.
yeah. And
We're moving to
then we will turn to item 9.
9.
Oh, your microphone, Philip.
Yeah.
Mr. Leclerc,
I
welcome.
think it's working here. Hi, good evening. Philip Leclerc, Chief Information Officer for the city. And welcome back to hopefully a very interesting follow-up to our City Council Priorities Budget Workshop. Let me go into a little bit about what our plan is for our hopefully not too long of a duration tonight. So our purpose is to come back after the council budget retreat that we did back in December, budget priority retreat, not retreat, workshop. And, but tonight we're going to be going into 2 different parts is the plan. Part 1 is we're coming back to talk about the budget workshop, some of the follow-up items, some things we didn't get to, but some things that we wanted to kind of reestablish with the council. And so essentially we want to be confirming the 5 refined priority descriptions as we came up with the 5 top priorities of the council. We want to agree on a reporting, a cadence, and a format to provide updates to the council and to the public about the progress on these 5 priorities. We want to discuss a quick, simple protocol for how we're going to deal with potential mid-year shifts in priorities as things come up. As you know, every month or so, there's always something new. And also to begin touching a little bit on our KPI approach. The part 2 of the discussion is really start to going into funding, which is the biggest piece here, and it probably will result in the majority of our discussions tonight. We're going to talk a bit about our funding realities and our strategic choices as we look towards these 5 priorities, and also some of the funding approach that we've already been thinking about as staff as we approach the top priorities. Some local funding options, and also council did direct us to return to the council to talk about the ballot measures, particularly the Los Angeles County sales tax measure. So hopefully we can get all this done together and get through this a lot. I'm gonna be joined at part 1, I'll be doing just with the budget workshop, and then Matt Hawksworth, our Assistant City Manager, will continue in on the funding discussions. So let's move in. So
Are we gonna touch at all? We were distributed the capital improvement budget. Do you contemplate any feedback on that?
No, we do not expect it, but we will take any comments that may come forward. But the capital budget is supposed to be opened, I believe, on April 20th.
13th, next Monday.
Sorry, next Monday.
The public hearing for the capital budget starts. And I would just quickly comment on that our original goal was to have this workshop 2 months ago. So the idea was that it was going to be well in front of the Capitol. So the timing worked that they were a week apart, but that was not the original plan.
True, and also some of the funding discussion points that we're gonna hit in the part 2 will touch into potential options or thoughts that will help us frame the capital budget discussion next week and beyond. So this is just a quick image just to remind the council about where we left off in this dot exercise that we did to help us try to formulate and come to a shared understanding about what some of the top priorities are with the city. But what I want to first describe here is that we left the previous workshop with a number of themes that we pulled together some of those individual initiatives into these more thematic descriptions. And so what we want, and I'll go through these in just a moment, but we wanted just to make sure that we've captured what council remembers as the thematic topics and those topics below them, and then receive some type of affirmation from the council, like, yes, this is what we talked about, this is where our top 5 priorities are, so that we can use this information as we move forward in the rest of the presentation. So the first was about modernizing our fire department facilities and enhanced fire prevention, which includes numerous facilities upgrades.
Mr. LeClaire, in the point of saving some time, I think we can read faster than you can talk.
Sure. So these are the 5, just the facilities. We have the improvements of the roadways and are implementing pedestrian bike safety strategies. We have our investment in year-round shelters and transitional housing. We also have around moving Pasadena decisively towards a carbon-free future. And then lastly, this implementation of the Economic Development Strategic Plan with a placemaking focus. And so the reason why we're making sure that we're bringing this back is that everyone had a chance to sit with these. I know we didn't vote the last time on this. It was more of like, hey, this is where we're headed, and we just want to represent them now to see if these captured everything or we need to make any adjustments.
Is that a question for right now?
That is a question for right now.
Then yes.
Sounds right. Yeah, that's what I remember.
I think thematically you're spot on. I think you've softened these to more themes than goals, if you understand the difference. For example, move Pasadena decisively toward a carbon-free future. I think what we said is achieve 100% renewable energy on our utility by 2030. Certainly broadening it to a larger theme makes sense, but that means Resolution 997 is not just a thing, it means it's a goal. And I think, particularly as we move toward key performance indicators, I find very little value in aspirational, vague statements like improve public safety, right? Does that mean if we hire one more officer, we've improved public safety? Does that mean if we've solved more cases this year, we've improved public safety? To the extent that we can set definable goals, I think we make your job easier, and I mean by you, all of the 2,300 staff who need to know clearly of the 1,000 things that they could work on, from past councils, current councils, their bosses, community complaints. What are the council's key priorities, and how do we measure those? And ultimately, the next city manager will be evaluated on his or her performance on behalf of the organization. And so I think these are correct, but I'd like to see them translated into more actionable language as we move forward. Not tonight, but as we move forward. And I will say this at the outset, I do not find the capital project budget responsive to our 5 priorities. I find it, in fact, with the exception of a couple of departments, really disappointing. Now, that said, we may hear when the capital budget is presented that there are plans beyond what we are seeing in writing. And if that's the case, understanding the financial realities that you don't have free money to throw at these things, that if there are plans to actually address these priorities in a meaningful way, that will give a different context. But one of the successes of this city has been, when we set priorities, we follow through with them. We said we want to reclaim our closed library facility. And so we entered into a multi-year process of $200 million. We said we want to deal with deferred maintenance on our sewer system. We raised rates, and this year we're going to spend $8.6 million on sewer repairs. We said we want to upgrade our water infrastructure, and so this year we've allocated $37.4 million and $63 million next year. We said we need to upgrade our electricity infrastructure, and this year we're devoting $112 million, and next year $177 million.
Mr. Cole,
but to these 5 priorities, we are actually moving backwards on sidewalk, on road repair,
So
and we are
Mr. Cole, sorry
actually
to interrupt,
moving.
but we should allow the president, let's allow him to finish the presentation, and then come back to questions and comments.
I'm seeking to explain why I want to see measurable results and not just rhetoric.
That's fine, but these are council priorities that the council established as a group at our retreat. And that's all that this reflects. It's not Mr. Leclerc's language, it's the council's adopted language. Mr. Leclerc, if you can finish.
No, actually, he said, is this the council's adopted language? He's asking us, and
Oh,
I'm
yeah,
giving my answer.
these are priorities that we put in place at our council retreat.
And what I'm arguing, Mr. Mayor, is that they need to be actionable so that we can see results,
that's
because
right.
we are not yet seeing results.
I don't disagree.
Then we don't have to
If I
fight.
may, I can, we're taking the comment back about having more defined goals that relate to these more broader themes. And the original document from the council retreat or the budget workshop had a page that had goals and ideas and some strategies and things in there, which aren't reflected on the screen today. But as we get to the next topic is a little bit about reporting. And so taking your comment exactly is we will go back with staff, we'll look through what those original goals were, and then bring them back in our next update, which would have, I think, what you're looking for, which is more definitions of what we're actually trying to accomplish, and then also beginnings of somewhat of the metrics and the outcomes that we are seeking and how we're going to get there.
Right.
And we may be coming to this later.
But let's finish the presentation.
Sure. So the next one that I wanted to bring up is about kind of the progress report. So it has been a few months since we have come back to council for a variety of different reasons. Other more pressing things have happened, but we want to get on a cadence where we're bringing back the latest updates about where we are on any of these priorities and the goals behind them. And so our recommendation is to develop a quarterly dashboard that we can distribute, more either paper or it could be electronic, which has some high-level status, which is tied to the goals, which aren't on the page, but we'll come up with those and we can get reactions from the council. But also have some traffic light indicators about, hey, where are we based on our plan? Our plan was to get a plan together. Are we on track for that, or are we off track for some reason? And some short narrative of some progress, risks, and challenges. And then we're also proposing to come back on a mid-year deeper dive, so probably twice a year, where we would come for a more detailed review about what's happening, the priority areas, make some adjustments, potentially reprioritize, and also talk about the financial impacts of what's happened as we have moved forward with this initiative, or maybe there's new funding available and so forth. And so wanted, and then beyond the quarterly dashboard and a mid-year deep dive, what we wanted to ask the council is a reporting format of what you would prefer us to do, either to bring this package, whether it's quarterly or mid-year dive, back to full council, whether we should select maybe a committee that can work through the information and we could provide summaries that to the whole council. And then also if there was an interest in doing a public website, which actually had the goals, the themes, the priorities, as well as metrics that showed kind of where we are on our timelines and our plans to provide that transparency and update to the public. Any reactions?
Okay, thank you.
He's looking for reaction for the,
Yeah.
he's asking us.
Well,
Yeah.
Asked us a
full
question
council
with that, right?
or a committee would be useful for us to know where we should take the quarterly dashboard, which will be the next update about where we are.
I think the quarterly,
Go ahead,
give my
go ahead,
comments on this? I think the quarterly dashboard should be something that is public facing, because this is a very public conversation and these are the council priorities. So residents should be able to know what those are at all times and where we're tracking. As far as the mid-year deep dive, sounds like something that should come to the council as a whole, because these are whole council priorities. So sounds like we may need to have set aside time for a workshop for those meetings. And hopefully, did that answer your, am I missing one?
No, you
At least
mentioned public website would be great. And you're saying full council for the bigger, more deeper dive. And then from a quarterly perspective, Is there a sense just to do this on the website with a memo to the council, or do you want us to come to a committee to more often to talk?
I think maybe having reports to finance is appropriate.
Yeah. And also the city manager's newsletter.
Yeah.
That goes out to
Sure.
the rest of the council. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
I would also like to advocate for, and it doesn't have to duplicate, could be integrated into this schedule, that we always have a September budget workshop. And we always have a January follow-up to that, so that we get ahead of the budget process with our council priorities. And these may last for a year, may last for 5 years, we may tweak them. But I think that getting out ahead is really important. And so I would really strongly suggest, whether it's part of the council retreat, whether it's part of this cadence of quarterly, I don't have strong preference, but I think at the very least, we need 2 opportunities before the budget is baked to set direction and to hear from our city staff about what some of the challenges are for achieving those. It's a two-way conversation.
No question.
Can I have a clarifying on Councilmember Cole's request?
Oh, Mr. Lyons in the queue, and then we're not done with the presentation yet, folks. Okay, why don't,
You wanted feedback?
yeah,
Okay, sure.
yeah.
So to clarify, are you saying outside of so we have our budget workshop, right? Every year, comes to the council, we go through the budget. It goes through every committee. So you're saying that you would like to have more prior to it going to the committees?
Priority setting. Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
I just wanted to clarify that.
Mr. Leclerc?
Great. The next one we want to talk about just quickly is about priority shifts, because things do come up quite often, and we want to make sure that we're providing the right attention to the right priorities. And so we just wanted to socialize and get an agreement that if there are some bigger priority shifts that take place, that there are certain triggers. And so some of them that we wrote down here was about there's a new funding and new grant opportunities that would take us away from one priority and want to move us to a different one. Significant constraints for whatever reason that happens. There's federal, state mandates or things that are going on, or other kinds of prolonged factors that are just not allowing us to move forward with one of those priorities. And our plan here is that one of these triggers will be identified. Staff will do analysis on the impact and what we should do, and we will come back to one of those, probably those mid-year deep dives to have a discussion about whether or not the priorities should shift. And we wanted to highlight this because we know there's so many competing priorities, and we've listed a couple just from the last few months that have pushed this conversation from late January, early February to April. So this is our proposal. And the last part I wanted to mention is just about key performance indicators. And we wanted to mention that a couple things that are in development right now. First of all is that there are lots of KPIs that departments are using for operational purposes. A lot of them are in the budget presentations, the operating budget side. And there's also quarterly updates that come out to the council. But wanted to let you know that the departments right now, as a part of their operating budget development, are tasked with creating some outcome-based KPIs. These are new ones to strengthen measurements and results. And so this introduction of new KPIs are going to come through from the operating budget presentations. And from there, we want to get feedback, and we want to see how we're doing and seeing whether they are linking back to the goals and outcomes of the council. And the reason why we're doing this, I'm bringing this up now, is because KPIs need to help drive decisions, particularly the ones that the council wants to see either improved or changed, that help not only these 5 priorities, which should also have KPIs, but also all the different kinds of services the city is providing across departments. And so we really want to make sure that we are selecting the right KPIs and presenting them to the council, as well as being available for the public, so that we're making sure and we're helping the council and helping staff move the needle in the direction that council really wants to see. And so we wanted to introduce this, and we'll bring it up again, is that when we do the operating budget presentations for each department, we're gonna highlight these new KPIs that are gonna be in those departments, and it could be 1, 2, 3, we're just getting started. But we really want to make sure that council is providing us feedback so we know whether or not these are going to be as useful to you and to your constituents as possible. And from there, we will continue to refine and strengthen these over time. So I'm going to pause here because the next portion of this presentation is starting to get into the funding areas. Unless there's questions now, we can switch to funding, go through the presentation, and then we can do it all together.
Yeah, let's do it all together.
All right.
Thank you. Good evening, Matt Hawksworth, Assistant City Manager. I will go through these briefly. When we met the last time, we shared that we were facing a structural deficit in the general fund, facing large federal reductions, and we were going to struggle to balance the budget. On the general fund, nothing material has changed. Our revenues haven't significantly improved and our expenses haven't decreased. I'll say on a slightly more positive note, the federal reductions that were threatened didn't all come to fruition. So the president didn't get his way. He didn't eliminate HUD and CDBG and all these programs that are critical to our community, which is great news, but it also didn't increase the funding, which in the end is a funding cut because it's not even growing by CPI. And we are still realizing eliminations of time-limited competitive grant or grant funding, especially around public health, which is challenging our ability to continue to operate programs. Those are real things, unfortunately. Departments behind the scenes, and I know that there was a comment made earlier, the frustration with the CIP budget and the priorities, and we hear you loud and clear, I can assure you of that. But we are working behind the scenes. Like, these 5 priorities really have been conversations in every one of our budget meetings. We're talking about them, we're trying to figure them out, we're trying to move forward. I know that we won't get as far as everyone would like us to get in this budget cycle. It's been about 5 months since we had the workshop, and we're trying to change a lot. And so we're working on it. One of the things that we want to talk going forward is we are going to open the CIP budget public hearing next week. We recognize that there isn't even the same funding for street resurfacing that there was this year. That we haven't identified millions of dollars to put towards a year-round homeless shelter in this proposed capital improvement budget. I know that PWP has been working earnestly on identifying projects to reach the 9977 resolution goals clearly outlined there. But I know we received lots of public comment that we haven't done enough, we're not moving fast enough, we're not going far enough. We understand that all of these are going to be conversation pieces. And what I would offer to the council as we're reviewing the capital improvement budget is the direction that we're going to go back to staff and the directors, but we also want to hear from you is we've talked about most of the things that we're spending money on is because of a decision point that's been made in the past, and we're fulfilling those ongoing decisions. And what I'm hearing is these 5 priorities may well need to take precedent over continuing something that's just an ongoing program that we've been doing every year over year. And it's easy, some of those will be easy to identify and some of those will be very challenging to identify. And we will really look to the council as you review projects to go, what else could we use that money for? Could we redirect that money towards a project? We want to hear that from all of you. We can come up with some of our suggestions, but we know that everything has a constituency. And then we are still focused on the operating side of solving the structural deficit. But at the same time, we're trying to identify new ways to shift money or achieve some of these objectives and priorities. But our focus is still on balancing the budget. I will say that we are weighing the priorities heavily when we're determining what should we find funding to keep doing And what shouldn't we find funding to keep doing when we bring those recommendations back to all of you? Because if it's something that doesn't materially direct right at these 5 priorities, it's probably not going to be something we put on the table that says we should find funding for this. Funding approaches for the top 5 priorities. The first one, modernize fire department facilities. You may probably have seen the fire chief's presentation. It's about $200 million over the 10-year time span. The reality we've talked before is pursue new revenue sources. Like that's really the opportunity to identify that kind of money. And if that is some sort of benefit assessment district in the future, I've heard fire district type benefit district, is it a parcel tax, whatever it is, that's what we're focused on right now. But we're also focused on getting out in the community and talking to the community. Because while this is on the tips of all of our tongues, we're still talking to a lot of people that this isn't even on their list. So it's really about getting out there and talking about this challenge too. Improve roadways and implement pedestrian and bike safety. The same thing, we're looking at potentially doing revenue sources, and would there be support for a future ballot measure or something? Again, reevaluate all relevant CIP to prioritize achieving this goal. In the perfect world, we'd probably issue $125 million in bonds and get everything up to where we want it to be. And then our ongoing maintenance would be a lot less expensive. But we don't have that ability today, but we're working towards those types of things. Invest in the year-round shelter. You can read those. We're continuing to try to leverage grants and partnerships. And then the strategic plan for economic development. One of the things that we presented to economic development a couple weeks ago was this approach for an EIFD. And instead of just grabbing the 710 stub and putting it in the EIFD, we're looking at putting some of the other key areas where we really want to focus this economic development strategy. And so that might be North Lincoln, it might be more North Lake. There's a few different districts that we're looking at because this could be a viable revenue source to not just help the 710 stub, but help the other areas in this economic development, because we could do the infrastructure improvements and the things that might draw private development to those neighborhoods. And so we're looking at EIFDs, we may look at community facilities districts. We're looking at these things actively to do that going forward. And then local funding options, we're just gonna share a few. We do have 0.25% or a quarter cent that we could ask the voters to approve. That would generate about 11 million annually. I just put a note here, capacity depends on the county measure. I'll get to that in a few minutes. Parcel tax is a special tax. It could fund priorities around fires and streets, as I mentioned earlier. And then there's a variety of different ways we could approach that. Parcel type, parcel size, parcel use, a variety of things, time limited or indefinite, benefit type districts. Benefit type district could be all the city, part of the city, certain parts of the city, and types of things like that. Transfer tax would likely be a special tax. That's a tax on real estate transactions that are being sold. The second bullet is really important. The Howard Jarvis and others, California Business Roundtable, they have a proposed constitutional amendment. Last month, they submitted 1.3 million signatures. We believe that's enough signatures to qualify for the November ballot. If their measure goes on the ballot in November and receives a majority vote, it would prohibit real estate transfer taxes anywhere in the state. Charter cities would no longer be able to do a transfer tax. That would also repeal all existing special transfer taxes. So that's pretty significant. And then if we were able to do it, revenues can be volatile because of the real estate market. A parking tax could be a general tax or special tax. I just note it's similar to TOT. It's a percentage charged on all parking spaces. I underlined all parking generally applies to all parking. I was having a conversation with some staff at Cal State LA the other day. Cal State LA, all the parking spaces that are paid for at the university, they pay into the parking tax. So they don't even exempt necessarily government institutions from the parking tax in LA. So those are some things to think about. So back to the November election, if we wanted to do something in November, we would need to place an item on the ballot by early August. And then I note that we're expecting a constitutional amendment measure. It would not only prohibit the transfer tax, it would also require that all future special taxes receive 2/3 approval. So even voter initiatives, you've seen currently that City of Long Beach and the City of LA, they're gathering signatures to put a fire tax similar to what we've talked about on the ballot, because currently if it's done through signature gathering and it's a special tax, it only needs 50% approval. If this gets on the ballot and it gets approved, they would all require 2/3 approval. So again, it materially changes the threshold that you would need on a tax. And then the good thing about if we pursued a benefit district is they could potentially follow various timelines that aren't necessarily tied to a general election, depending on what we pursued. So we can certainly consider that going forward. And then staff was asked to follow up on the current county sales tax measure in AB 1768. So as I think everybody knows, is a 1/2-cent sales tax. The City of LA has put this on the ballot as a general tax.
County of LA.
Sorry, the County of LA has proposed that this would be a general tax, although I did note that there is a plan to allocate formula some money direct to Pasadena and Long Beach, although in talking to our public health department, we believe that it won't be a significant amount of money. So perhaps $1 million, $1.5 million, but it's not going to be, it won't equate to anything compared to the amount of public health funding we've lost in the last couple years. In the County of LA, there's currently a 1/4 cent left. I mentioned that earlier, that we could go after that 1/4 cent. So the county has helped get a bill sponsored that would give them the override of that 2%. I will share that we are hearing headwinds in Sacramento, that enough is enough when it comes to overriding the cap. And there may not be support to continue to give counties overrides of this 2%. So what would happen, it would mean that even if this was passed, it would use up that 1/4 cent, and then there would be nothing to try to get in the future. And then we're expecting a number of cities and groups of cities to oppose the county measure. So we certainly expect legal challenges to that. And then lastly, I just note that if this tax passed, about $22 million of revenue would be generated from Pasadena sales. I mentioned earlier, Public Health Department expects to receive maybe $1 million or $2 million of funding. It will be challenging us to get the money that we're generating locally back to us locally. And that's something we're very concerned about. So with that, that concludes our sort of talking points and discussion, and we are certainly interested in hearing comments, thoughts. And
Thank you, Mr. Hawksworth. Okay, Mr. Cole, followed by Mr. Lyon. How much time do you think you'll need, Mr. Cole?
I just have 4 points. I think it'll be covering quickly.
Okay.
Again, I want to reiterate.
We do have 10 speaker cards submitted on this matter.
Again, I want to reiterate, well, if we're just
11.
in the question period now, I can hold till after we hear public comment. Yeah.
Okay, let's turn to the public.
So all the speaker cards that are in are the ones we will call. Sonia Burnt, followed by Cynthia Kennedy, followed by Jeanette Foster, then Sam Burnt, then Mark Rutkowski, Sandy Krasner, Carl Selkin, Anna Soul River, Peter Eisenhart, Audrey Ma, and Yachty.
And if you've heard your name, please form a line in the middle. Ms. Burnt, welcome back.
Thank you for continuing the discussion of the fiscal year 2027 budget. Creating and funding a year-round shelter, as well as expanding interim housing are in the top 5 goals for fiscal year 2027. We have 342 unsheltered residents per the last reported homeless count. Significantly, the city spent none of the millions of dollars it received in federal CDBG funds and home grant funds last year for our unsheltered residents. None. According to Director Wong, we're going to see draconian cuts this year, and we have lost 142 units of permanent supportive housing due to the transition of Centennial Place to senior housing. In the budget for fiscal year 2025, the Housing Department received less than 1% of all general fund appropriations to departments. For fiscal year 2026, that number was 2.4%. Significantly, there was a $10.1 million budget surplus from 2025 that could have been appropriated for shelter and interim housing. Instead, without any public debate, none of it was. Yet the police department received $3.6 million of that surplus for yet even more updated equipment. And housing for unsheltered didn't even make Mr. Hawksworth's list of things we're not even funding. The city has over $64 million in operating and emergency reserves to use for housing for those who sleep on the street every night. In 2021, the council approved $21.5 million total in general fund and reserves to rescue the Rose Bowl, and it approved a huge amount of money for 2 new helicopters. Our unsheltered homelessness is a humanitarian crisis, but it has been at the bottom of the city's priorities for many years. Please urgently appropriate the necessary dedicated city-generated funding to create substantially more shelter and interim housing for unsheltered residents. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm going to recall names just because, make sure that there was a couple that I didn't see. Cynthia Kennedy, then Jeanette Foster, then Sam Burnt, then Mark Radkowski, Sandy Krasner, Carl Selkin, Anna Soul River, Peter Eisenhart, Sunshine, Humair Afzal, Audrey Ma, and Yadi.
Ms. Foster?
Cynthia's not here. Right, Jeanette Foster, come on up.
Welcome.
The fiscal year 2027 to 31 electric system CIP budget fails to adequately fund solar generation on municipal properties and the Broadway Best storage project. Meeting carbon-free goals was a high priority in City Council's December 2025 budget workshop. PWP's budget also ignores the goals and timelines of its own optimized strategic plan. Unfunded electric system projects for solar generation and storage result in a 5-year unfunded gap of $392 million. However, the 5-year budget designates $33 million for a new PWP headquarters building, for which there is no urgency. It also defies the intent of the city's adoptive reuse ordinance and existing vacancies in Pasadena's commercial corridors. The $33 million should be redirected to solar and storage on municipal properties. The biggest expenses in the electric system capital improvement budget were shifted from 2027 to 2028 and beyond. Even after deducting unfunded items, the electric system fiscal year 2028 CIP sets a record high cost of $178 million. Pasadena City Council members were elected by residents to represent their interests, not to defend an entrenched bureaucracy. City Council must assert its funding authority by requiring revisions to the recommended fiscal year 27 to 31 CIP budget in order to implement policy and funding priorities as directed by City Council. Thank you.
Thank you. Sam Burnt, followed by Mark Radkowski, then Sandy Krasner, then Carl Selkin.
From From Resolution 9977 to December's budget workshop and everywhere in between, this council has consistently prioritized a mandate of 100% carbon-free electricity by 2030. What we see in the CIP is PWP again pushing back against the council's direction by putting 18 of the 20 megawatts of required local solar as the lowest 3 priorities of the CIP, leaving these solar projects and a critical storage facility unfunded. Now, instead of achieving the City Council's goal, PWP prioritized receiving a new $33 million headquarters, an $11 million remodel of their dispatch center, and a $15 million upgrade for each of their natural gas turbines. Ironically, the sum of which alone brings us to 88% of the way to our solar targets. But rather, staff is proposing to use these funds to have a nicer office space and perpetuate the use of fossil fuels. These choices do not come without consequences, and down the road will force the council into a difficult position where you will either have to issue a bond or increase rates, shifting the blame of funding these other projects, these less than urgent projects, on the transition to carbon-free electricity. But of course, this does not have to be the case. With clear direction from this council today, PWP could fully fund the needed carbon-free investments using the CIP, leaving them to justify to voters a rate increase for their new office building. We urge the council to send city staff back to revise the CIP proposal to be in line with the council's priorities and return with a CIP proposal that achieves the goal of 100% carbon-free electricity by 2030. Thank you.
Thank you. Mark Rutkowski, followed by Sandy Krasner, Carl Selken, Anna Soul River, Peter Eisenhart.
The CIP draft budget needs to be sent back for reprioritization to fulfill Resolution 9977 for the climate emergency. Particularly egregious is the $33 million for a new headquarters for PWP, which instead could fund 7.5 megawatts of the 20 megawatts of municipal solar planned in the optimal strategic plan. Every megawatt of municipal solar that we can add now can yield clean energy for 30 or more years with minimal maintenance cost, without burning anything, without polluting our local air, and without contributing to global warming. Council passed a resolution, but it must be implemented with appropriate funding. Thank you.
Thank you. Sandy Krasner, followed by Carl Selken, then Anna Soul River, and then Peter Eisenhart.
Hello. As you've already heard, batteries are critical to meeting our 100% carbon-free goal. This is not reflected in the CIP priorities. The Broadway battery storage system is listed as priority 28 in the CIP, but there is no money allocated for it. When we asked, Mr. Reyes told us that it's uncertain where the battery storage will be funding will be coming from. Maybe it comes from a bond, maybe it comes from some other sources. We do notice in the CIP, there's quite an amount of money allocated for upgrading Glenarm, which will allow us to keep burning natural gas into the future. I want to make sure that the council appreciates that solar and storage are considered as high priorities in the way we spend our money. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Carl Selken, then Anna Soul River, Peter Eisenhart, Sunshine, then Humaira Afzal.
Hi, thank you very much and good evening. I just want to start by commenting, I didn't see priority number 5 in the list. It somehow disappeared in your presentation. But for Passover, I have some questions of the council related to the prioritization contemplated expenditures. First, why declare a climate emergency if we do not budget actual dollars for it? 2, is this strategy of strategic planning to bury the crucial goal of carbon-free electricity that's been mandated by the City Council? And 3, how will the council explain to the public that we have bypassed our opportunity to meet the will of the people and the will of the council? And how will we explain to ourselves that we've continued to participate in the carbon environment, the carbon economy that's ruining so much, including in the Middle East today? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anna Soul River, then Peter Eisenhart, then Sunshine, then Humaira Afzal.
And welcome.
Hello, good evening. I'm here for about the 34 million Pasadena Water and Power headquarters. Frankly, it feels tone deaf. We have declared clemency emergency. We have a 2030 carbon-free goal. This council has already told staff is a priority, and we have an adaptive reuse ordinance specifically designed to avoid unnecessary new construction. New buildings carry an enormous embodied carbon cost. Life cycle research shows construction emissions are 12 times higher than comparable refurbishment. Has Pasadena Water and Power even conducted an adaptive reuse analysis before proposing 34 million new construction? Meanwhile, Glendale is already breaking ground on 6 city-owned solar installations, and the window to add solar to the Rose Bowl parking lots in time for the 2020 Olympics is closing right now. Budgets reveal priorities. This draft is telling us that a new building for the utility matters more than the utility meeting its own city mandated clean energy goals. Why is that? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Peter Eisenhart, followed by Sunshine, then Hamara Afzal, then Audrey Ma, then Yadi.
Good evening.
Eisenhower.
Yeah, I'm going to do a little bait and switch here, reading a quote from a book I've been reading during this interesting meeting. The wild and ruthless manhunt is exercised everywhere in towns and country, in streets, squares, stations, even in churches, at night in homes, has badly shaken the feeling of security of the inhabitants. Everybody is exposed to the danger of being seized anywhere and at any time, suddenly and unexpectedly, and of being sent to an assembly camp.
Sir,
none of his relatives know what has happened to him. So this is a quote from The Rise and Fall of the Third Reich, describing the situation in Nazi-occupied Poland. Just thought it was relevant to our earlier discussion, so.
Well, sir, this is a discussion on the budget.
I understand.
So,
And so my comment on the budget is as follows. The capital improvement program, the electric portion, has 69 items, and 37 of those items list relevance to Resolution 9977, the climate emergency resolution, which is a high priority for the city. But in fact, only 8 of those 37 are actually directly relevant to the resolution. So I feel there's just lip service being given in the CIP plan that PWP has participated in, and I urge the council to work with PWP to prioritize more highly the Resolution 9977 activity. A couple of points that haven't already been noted. One is that the customer interconnect is budgeted at $300,000 per year, and I suspect that's probably not going to be enough if we really want to encourage residential storage. And then just to emphasize again, the municipal storage municipal solar, only 2 of the 20 megawatts.
Sir, your time has expired.
Thank you.
Been funded.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Is Sunshine here?
Ma'am, welcome.
Maybe you can help me answer maybe you can help answer this for me. With green infrastructure, how do you plan to achieve that? Solar panels, water, hydrogen? I'm curious. The state is trying to achieve that as we speak, and it's been an epic fail. Since the state has been implementing this, every summer you are not allowed to charge your car, you are not allowed to have your thermostat at a comfortable level when we are burning up in those summer days. I think you need to revisit what green means. I don't want to become a third world country where we continuously have blackouts. That's not moving our infrastructure into the future. It's taking us nowhere. We were more smarter in the 1800s than with our infrastructure than we are now. Scrap your green infrastructure and focus on what works now, which is natural gas and petrol. Then move to water, as there has been already cars functioning with water. Thank you.
Thank you. Humera, followed by Yadi, and then Audrey Ma is virtual.
Yadi, go ahead and then.
I just want to say that I do appreciate the variety of funding sources that were presented. However, I do want to show that highlight that there was an omission with looking at the transient occupancy tax. There's, according to the state secretary, there's actually dozens of cities that have a higher tax rate than Pasadena, for example, Anaheim. And so I think that that's basically like free money. And a lot of the priorities that were mentioned, our increase in their use of resources is because of tourism and increase people that are coming to the city. So I think that should be looked at as a way to increase revenue and have them pay their fair share. And the other is that I just want to highlight that the Orange County Board of Supervisors humbly submitted themselves to be audited by the state legislature to figure out how to do more with less, and that's something that can be explored as well. And also, something that we need to really talk about is bringing the city more into the 21st century. I think it's really awesome to have our technology head here, but unlike, for example, the city of Long Beach, we don't have a tech and innovation commission where the public can really engage and give input and weigh in on issues such as the data centers and looking at other sources of revenue like municipal broadband, which we already have that slight infrastructure for. And then just really quickly, I just want to say that and buried in this is the Pasadena's Police Department wish to get an active intelligence center, which is code for real-time crime center, which is basically minority report, predictive policing, and as someone else mentioned in a comment earlier, housing really needs to be a priority as instead of surveilling our constituents more, and especially without the input from the community. And just
Yadi, your time has expired.
Thank you.
Mara, and then Audrey Ma.
Ma'am, welcome back.
Okay, if you look at page 17, item 8, I'm confused about how a real-time crime center became a budget priority, especially to the tune of 3.6 million capital expenditure and 1.2 million annual expenditure. There has never been, I've gone back and looked from way before when I moved here, there has never been any meaningful public engagement about this. The police department is using the World Cup and the Olympics as an excuse to buy this stuff instead of spending it on things that we actually need, things like all the speakers before me talked about. An irony is that one of the stated goals of the Active Intelligence Center is to modernize community engagement tools. But there's been zero meaningful community engagement about having that real-time crime center. Also, if you look under objectives, it talks about implementing real-time data feeds from the flock cameras, which is very different from what the police representatives have been telling us about how they'll use the ALPR data. Was some discussion of key performance indicators in the presentation. When it comes to a lot of this technology that they're asking for, it's kind of a joke. We've asked the police department to show us actual analysis and real data on how effective these things are. They don't show it. All we get is anecdotal evidence. They want to spend $3.6 million capital expenditure, $1.2 million annual, no public discussion, and nothing but anecdotal evidence to back it up.
Thank you. Is that complete?
Audrey Ma.
Oh.
Coming virtual.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Go ahead.
My name is Audrey Ma, and I am a student at Polytechnic School. The Eden Fire made it painfully clear that climate change is not a distant threat. It is here, and it is already reshaping life in Pasadena. It has taken a toll not only on property, but on health, stability, and our sense of normalcy. Our quality of life is at stake. That is why Pasadena's commitment to 100% carbon-free energy by 2030 matters so much. This council passed Resolution 9977, invested in a real implementation plan, and approved the OSP in December 2025. That was not just a symbolic act. It was a promise. But a promise without funding is just words on paper. The draft CIP budget omits or delays critical elements necessary to make the OSP real. Most urgently, the main storage project remains unfunded. That is not a technical detail. It is not a side issue. Storage is what makes local solar workable. It is what allows Pasadena to shift clean power into the hours when the grid is most fragile. Without it, the path to carbon-free energy by 2030 becomes far steeper, if not unreachable. municipal solar has also been pushed to the bottom of the priority list. That should concern all of us. City-owned solar is a long-term public asset. It strengthens resilience. It reduces dependence on increasingly expensive outside power. And it shows residents, businesses, and institutions that the city is willing to lead by example. If Pasadena is not serious about carbon-free electricity by 2030, then storage and municipal solar are not optional line items. They are the foundation of the plan. A budget is a moral document. It reveals what
Ms.
a
Ma,
city...
your time has expired.
Please send this
Thank
draft
you.
CIP budget back.
Thank you, ma'am.
That completes public comment on this item.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. Now I'll turn to Mr. Cole, followed by Mr. Lyon, followed by Mr. Jones. And keep in mind, this is the beginning of a long process and discussion involving our budget and setting and resetting of priorities. Mr. Cole?
Thank you, Mayor. I would just reiterate my comment that we ought to institutionalize a September and January check-in in the budget process. Second, I think I appreciate the progress that's being made by departments on identifying KPIs. I think it would be valuable, rather than the council just doing this on a case-by-case basis, for the council actually to have a session on the whole philosophy around KPIs, right? So we're on the same page with the staff, rather than you work really hard, bring them here, and we say, well, we like this one, we don't like that one. I think a context would be valuable. I know we have a jammed agenda, but I think that would be, like most things, change management, the number one reason for change management efforts to fail is lack of buy-in at the top. And while the city manager is the top of the staff chain, we're the top of the city chain, and so I think we need to be on the same page. We spend $1.5 billion. 362 million of it this year was general funds. If we were able to save 1% in terms of efficiency, and if we were able to rededicate 1% of our expenses, that would generate $7.2 million. Is it easy to find 1%, given that most of our money is tied up in personnel? No. But we have vacancies. We don't have to fill every vacancy. And we can exercise some discipline on compensation. And we can identify things that are nice to have, but not as important as some of these critical to have. So that's a change. Pasadena has been well managed and has not had in recent years, although it has in the past, had to face those hard choices. The council will not all agree on what those hard choices ought to be, because we represent different constituencies and different perspectives. But I think that the council does believe that we shouldn't just always do what we've always done, and then if we want to do anything new, we ask the taxpayers for more money. I think it's important for us to exercise self-discipline. That's hard in government, I know that. I've spent 40 years in the public sector, but it is not impossible, and I think it is our challenge. And we do it when tough times. Mr. Mayor, you've been through these 2 or 3 times during the course of your career. And I think we may not be at that emergency stage, but we are headed in that direction. And I think that some of these priorities need to take priority over some of the less important things. We'll save the discussion on capital budget until we do that. I would only add that one potential tax measure, which would not directly affect our residents, is not on your radar screen apparently, although it is in the housing element that the city adopted, which is the potential for either a residential or a commercial vacancy tax or both. That I think should be on the radar screen for analysis. It has pluses and minuses and may not generate the kind of revenue that we would like to see, but I think again, it's in our adopted housing element, so to leave it off of consideration, I think, is an omission. That's all I have to add.
Thank you, Mr.
Mayor.
Cole. Mr. Lyon?
Thank you, Mayor. I'll
Followed
be
by Mr.
brief.
Jones.
If we could bring back up the presentation for 1 second and go to the early slide with the priorities. So you asked us a question on these, but so now I'm going to answer it. I think you nailed it. This is exactly what we said, and particularly I appreciate that you put in the sub-bullet because there was some nuance to some of these, and we were asking the city manager's office in particular to think outside the silos of departments and think about how programs are working together to achieve the overall goal, and I thought you really captured that. I had a conversation earlier today with Mr. Marquez and Mr. Hawksworth, but in the interest of transparency, I'm going to try to, at least put my comments into the record here, which is that I think maybe there was a little bit of a disconnect in our having said these are priorities and sort of how that was received on the staff side. So when I identified these as a priority, I don't want to speak for my colleagues. When I identified these as a priority, I meant that funding for these is sacrosanct, that we none of these get cut, and potentially they grow. And that's where the budget starts. And then we work out from there, which might mean that there are cuts in other places. Fully understand that. What I heard in your presentation tonight, and when we talked earlier today, Mr. Hawksworth, is you heard like, oh, these are things we really need to figure out looking for external funding for, which I think is also true, but not what we meant when we said these are a priority. There are no cuts here. So in particular, what we were told a few years ago, and I bet this number's even gone up, but we were told it's got to be at least $12 million a year in the road paving budget to make some tiny incremental progress toward improving our roads. So that's where that line needs to be. And so, and assuming that number's even still holds, but we are done with the days when we put the cost of maintenance on future generations because we want to save a buck here and there and not make unpopular choices. We are going to pay our way as we go now. And so that means making sure that we take care of the roads now. On the shelter, I think that what we actually said that night was we recognized we probably weren't going to buy and build a shelter in fiscal year 2027, but that we either needed to be setting back money or investing in the process of finding a site and identifying external sources of funding. But if it's going to be partly externally funded, but recognizing that that one's going to take a little bit of time. So I think we actually, on moving decisively toward a carbon-free future, I think that phrase actually got said that night. I think you pulled it from I think we did say moving decisively, because what we were saying is we have to make big progress every year. And so what we know now is that we have 4 fiscal years left before that we meet that goal. We know what all of the programs are that we have set up in the OSP to meet that goal. We need to spend roughly a quarter of those programs next year if we're going to make the goal. That's where we need to be. So that's where the budget would start. And then if we have to have a conversation about pulling back from that, we can talk about it. But that's how we make progress, meaningful progress toward the goal, is breaking it up across the 4 years. I hope we see some different numbers in the CIP by next week, but I really appreciated understanding where you were coming from in putting it together. And we're off to an okay start. And we talked a little bit today, this is my last comment, we talked a little bit today about the necessity of making cuts to account for the deficit, and understood. I don't think it makes sense for us to try to do that from the dais. So I do think we need recommendations from you, like this is a program we can live without funding this year. But here's what that means. And so that we meet the goal. I mean, we can do the cuts from here. We can be like, I don't like the looks of that one, let's cut it. But we may not understand what the longer term consequences of that are. So thank you for the start. And I do wish we'd had this conversation in January, because I know it means a lot of juggling, but I appreciate the work. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Jones.
Thanks, Mayor, and thanks, Philip, for your presentation, and thanks, Matt, and to the city manager. Just quickly, I received a lot of correspondence, I think we all did, about the CIP and Resolution 997, and so I immediately talked to David Reyes, the general manager of Water and Power, and he had told me that PWP was working on a document showing direct investment in Resolution 997. Could you opine on that or follow up on that?
Sure, absolutely. Yeah, so we talked to Mr. Reyes earlier today, and he confirmed that they are working on a document to address how much is in the immediate budget, what are the future plans, to reassure you and the community that they hear this goal loud and clear and they're working on it. If the council, our goal is to present that document by the agenda publication for the CIP opening next week. So you should get it at least by Thursday and get an opportunity to look at it. And then, of course, we've got several weeks of public hearings that you guys can work through that document. But yes, that's the intent of bringing forward a clarifying document to talk about everything that they're doing.
Okay, so the public can expect to see that this Thursday when
That's the goal, for it to go out at least with the agenda. Yeah.
At least with the agenda. Yep. Okay, that's helpful. And then there's a slide about dashboards. I do think we need a public dashboard and moving to quarterly reports to the finance committee. But I guess the larger discussion, and the city attorney can stop me when I've spoken too much about I guess performance evaluations, but whomever the next city manager is should be judged on the KPIs and the council's priorities. So I think aligning maybe some quarterly evaluations with the next city manager to track progress on the council's priorities, I think would be better aligned. So obviously it goes to the city committee, but maybe, and I don't know if this is the appropriate time to have that discussion, but we can start to move towards quarterly evaluations of the city manager. That's just my opinion. The other idea that I like that you brought up, and we had, the three of us had this discussion probably like 2 years ago about an EIFD in Northwest Pasadena, and you mentioned the 710 at the time, and then now including North Lake and North Lincoln. I think that warrants I guess I want to say I'd be supportive, but I obviously want to see the details and have that discussion. Is that something that could come to a committee? I don't know if that'd be finance or MSC or.
So we brought it initially to EdTech.
Oh, okay,
so
I didn't
it
see
would
that.
probably stay at EdTech, and
Okay,
then when
yeah.
EdTech's, I will say that while EdTech didn't take a formal vote, they certainly gave concurrence that they liked where we were going with
Yeah.
it. So we expect to bring that back to either EdTech or the full council in the very near future, pending space on an agenda to take up this item. But yeah, the council should be talking about this more formally in the next couple months, we expect.
Yeah, and I like that creative thinking of including, because, I talked to a lot of residents and 710 has come up, and a lot of residents have told me it's great what we're doing at 710, but don't forget about us and make sure that we have city services as well. And so I think that is a great gesture, but it's a great cause that we could take up and include North Lake and North Lincoln as well. And then for closing that deficit, the projected deficit, are we looking at layoffs?
There are certainly programs that are grant funded where layoffs may be a reality.
Oh, and you couldn't move them to another fund?
Well, we will always seek to find places within the city employment family for people to land. But those positions may be eliminated while we would try to find employment for all of our people to keep them.
Yes, okay, so closing positions or closing vacant positions, but also if someone's a staff assistant 3 in a grant funded position, that position gets eliminated, but the body, the person is able to move into, I don't know, the sewer fund or yeah,
Yeah, no, absolutely. When I started here many years ago, there was a position being eliminated in the public health department. She worked in, I think, the dental clinic. And she came over to our department and worked in the administration and the finance department.
Yeah.
We will always try to do those types of things.
Okay.
And in the moment, we have, the public health department expanded during COVID, and those grants are now coming to an end. And so we have probably about 20 FTE or so that that are grant funded, that the grant's going to come due this year. And so we're aware of that. So public health has been working very closely with HR. We're looking at all our city opportunities. We're trying to provide a place for everybody in public health whose grant is ending, a place in city employment somewhere else. So it's a work in progress. Some people see their job, duties change as the department changes and all that. We'll do our level best to keep them with us in the city in roles that they're, qualified to do and excited to do and passionate to do.
I appreciate hearing that. And then lastly, we've heard public comments about Centennial Place, and I think the concern obviously is very genuine and shared by myself and I think by the rest of this council. However, it is important to note that the living conditions at Centennial Place, no resident should have had to experience that. And I'm proud of what we did with allocating additional funds to remodel it. And plus, studies showed us that that wasn't a successful model for residents of high needs. Those residents were living in a SRO. They had to step outside of their unit to use the restroom, to cook, to go outside, and there was folks and activities in front of Centennial Place, and they had to walk through that to go downstairs to get their services, and that was not a successful model. And now I interact with those residents, and they're happy about what's coming, and some of those residents have moved into Heritage Square, some of them have moved in to the Hope Center, and so I think it was a noble thing that the council did in allocating additional funds, and I would think that looking at our investment in a year-round shelter and transitional housing, that we would look to fund or identify more funding opportunities for permanent supportive housing and those services to complement the year-round shelter. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Mr. Cole, you've gone once already, so I'm going to go to Mr. Hampton.
I appreciate Councilmember Jones' line of questioning. I was going to ask a similar question about where we were with PWP, so I guess there's more that we will hear about MSC as well.
Yeah.
The one thing, as we talk about funding and funding cuts and, looking for sources of funding, and I've brought this up a couple times, and I think there may be just need for us to explore a little bit more, but we have an amazing partner in PUSD, and they have $1.4 billion that they can't use to get themselves out of a hole, but they could potentially help us with all of the goals that we're trying to set as well. So I think that we need to look at, because those dollars are used for facilities upgrades, potentially things that could be used for bike safety strategies around their school campuses. We need to really get in a room with them, staff to staff, and figure out how we could partner on their projects to help us get our city.
We'll have that opportunity
No, I'm not talking about the whole city. I'm saying the city
to talk about
city manager and superintendent and their staff need to come together to figure out how we can really partner with those bonds that they were able to pass that they can't use for operating, but they can use for facilities upgrades.
Got it.
So that's pretty much it on that topic. So thank you.
Thank you. All I'm suggesting is there is work that isn't always visible that our respective staffs engage in. And I know the city manager is in constant contact with the superintendent, as is our executive staff, and so they'll be reporting on that on the 20th. But
I think that would be worthwhile to have on our joint meeting agenda at whatever level of specificity is appropriate, but to talk about kind of their facility spending and how it ties into our shared goals.
Ms. Rivas?
Thank you, Mayor. Just super briefly, I think slide 4 right here really does capture our priorities and our discussion from that night. So thank you so much for putting it together. I think the difficult challenge, and I think it was mentioned at some point in the presentation or on one of the slides, is prioritizing amongst these with limited dollars and projected deficits. And so is the idea that through these quarterly check-ins, we would work out that potential conflict amongst these priorities and how to prioritize as different funding becomes available, or we lose different funding? Is that the idea, that we could have these more regular discussions throughout the year?
Well, the regular discussions, I believe, would start at those those mid-year deeper dives, where we'll have a larger discussion about what's on the table, what risks we have, what challenges, and maybe if there is choices in which direction should the funding go, depending on what the source is from, then that could happen.
Yeah,
and it should.
I appreciate that, because I understand, like, on today's budget, there was something in the consent calendar about funding for streets, which falls within our priorities, but that just appeared without any sort of discussion and whether that could have been allocated elsewhere. So just understanding the process by which we make these decisions, and when funding does become available, how it gets allocated to one of these priorities over another. So yeah, it sounds like we can do that through these quarterly check-ins, it sounds like.
I think so. And we can talk about it with staff, maybe present some other ideas. I think you hit on a really interesting point, which is, programs or contracts or anything that could relate to one of these priorities, we should highlight them in some way.
Yeah.
Whether that it actually helps support it, or whether it's related to it, or whether it has no relationship.
Great.
To make it more clear to you.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, in terms of my comments, before we, I've been concerned about the headwinds that the city is facing, because I've seen them, and I've seen this cycle more than once, as Mr. Cole points out, in the early 2000s, in the mid 2000s, then we had the housing crisis. I mean, I've seen the impacts of what a lagging economy in particular can do. And here we have a lagging economy with serious cuts from the federal government that are impacting our community. Having said that, when we start talking cuts, I'll caution us, be careful what you wish for. You may just get it, because it's not an easy thing to do. And so it should be methodical. It should be thought out by the staff, because there are real implications for members of our community when we make cuts. It also, you're not just cutting programs and people, you're cutting services. I mean, ultimately, the city is a service organization. We don't manufacture widgets or anything else, with the exception of water and electricity. We provide services. And so whatever changes we make as we reprioritize, let's keep that in mind. It is in that spirit that I asked a group of residents to give me some advice to help me think through, what changes we could make, either on the revenue side or programmatic side. I asked our former mayor, Terry Tornick, to chair the group. He graciously agreed. It's a group of residents, our labor partners, the staff, to just have a discussion. And so many of the issues that and ideas that were brought up by everyone around the dais reflect that we have limited opportunities for revenue and cuts. And so one of the ideas was a parking tax, and we talked about that today, and I think that's worth looking at. Cost recovery, we should strive for 100% cost recovery to ensure, particularly in the utility, where we're trying to make improvements. The other idea was a simplified development process. I know Mr. Cole has talked about that, and some of us have talked about that as well. I'll circulate this document, by the way, so that you can all have the benefit of the written document. But when we talk about a simplified development process, you know, we also have to keep in mind that we're bound by the 5 meeting rule that the state has now imposed on us on various projects. The thinking that they have is that there should be some sort of a shot clock for development. You know, when development enters or business licenses or anything related, when they enter the process, there should be a shot clock on when we expect it to exit the process. And so I thought that was a good idea. And you know, it's different in case by case. Some projects are obviously much more complicated than others. The other idea was the credit card convenience fees and how we can take advantage of some of those. And I think that's worth looking into. Ticket revenue sharing on red light cameras is something that they suggested we look at. The updating of the business license fees, something, you know, that we don't always look at, and now may not be the time to impose such a fee, but certainly to just look at the history of where we are, how we compare. Again, not advocating for it, just suggesting it as an idea that should be looked at, and we can make an informed decision. They also brought up the PUSD measure, as Mr. Hampton did, and there ought to be first some controls in how these monies are spent, and I think we have a responsibility to have that discussion with our partners, but also the partnership opportunities such as the one suggested by Mr. Hampton. We have a lot of properties, and the city has need for real estate in some areas, and we have an existing agreement that allows us to partner. And then the fire assessment district. You know, one of the people on the committee that I asked to convene is one of our former city managers, Cynthia Kurtz, and she's big on a fire assessment district in the Arroyo. She thinks, you know, people, if they see the benefit, may respond positively. I think it should loop around the city, and I think it should go outside of the city. I think we should, if anything, the fire taught us, it's that, you know, waiting for the state or county or federal resources to show up is too late. I'm not being critical. I'm just saying, you know, it takes some days to marshal those resources, and by then a lot of damage is done. And so we should look at the possibility of an assessment district together with our partners along the foothill, La Crescenta, La Cañada, Monrovia going east, Altadena, Arcadia, so that we can maybe pool resources to ensure that this community and their communities are prepared to respond in the event of not just a fire, but in the event of an emergency. So I look at it more as an emergency authority. I mean, in an emergency, we rely on mutual aid. That's the other cities coming in and providing services. But imagine it in an earthquake. And well, in the fire, even mutual aid wasn't enough. We had to bring in federal and state resources. But in an earthquake that hits the region, or some other natural or man-made disaster that hits the region, everyone's gonna be focused on their own community. And so, again, we should focus on an emergency response authority that's thought of in advance, that is staffed, that has the equipment, and that maintains training for volunteers. In the fire, we learned that a lot of people just wanted to help but didn't know how to. And seeking local transportations funds. Again, something that's been talked about here over and over, but I do think we ought to be continuing to press in Sacramento and elsewhere. And then there was an idea related to park and facility rentals that I think are important to look at, because I'm not convinced that we're recovering 100%, and maybe we have something different for residents, a different schedule of fees for residents versus organizations from outside of the city. San Marino, for example, has always had the Lacey Park distinction between residents and people who are not residents. And so that may be something for us to look at. And then, of course, expenditures. They covered expenditures, and think we ought to be looking very careful at those expenditures. Again, cautioning that, that we can't have one broad cut. It has to be a thoughtful process that's led by the staff. And then procurement. The committee came up. Mayor Tornick tells me that this committee was very focused on the issue of procurement because we seem to have procurement installed in every department as opposed to some sort of citywide procurement effort. Now I would caution us because, then I've seen the model work and not work on both sides. You have one procurement department that buys everything, and then you lose a lot in terms of expertise from the departments and maybe make expenditures that you shouldn't, but we ought to look at it. And I think that was the substance of what I wanted to report. They did talk about the 710 and the opportunities that the 710 creates for not just restitching the city, but also revenue opportunities, and we should have those in mind as well. So thank you to Mayor Tornick and the others who participated in that effort, and I'll circulate the document that was submitted to me. Okay. Oh, Mr. Cole.
I won't repeat the previous comments, but I was listening to my colleagues, and I wanted to say I agree with Mr. Lyon on his interpretation of what these priorities represent. Sometimes you hear from 8 of us, sometimes 1 or 2 people say one thing, other people say something else, and nobody says, other people say nothing, and you kind of wonder. I really think that these priorities, we're not being unrealistic. We're not asking you to print money, but we are asking you to have credible focus on these and to put these ahead of nice to haves or things that we've just always taken for granted. And that's at least my view, and I also agree with Mr. Jones again on the KPIs. I think it's really important for us to have an overall discussion of that. And I think aligning them with the city manager's evaluation and having quarterly sessions is a really good idea, and I strongly support it. And finally, I want to thank you, Mayor, for your leadership on convening this group, and perhaps it would be appropriate for this group to report to the whole council. It sounds like they did a tremendous amount of work that would be valuable, and not only as advice to you, but also to the whole council. So I really appreciate your initiative. These are hard decisions, and you bring experience as well as your leadership role as the mayor, and I think we need to grapple with these hard choices. You appropriately emphasize that it's not easy. That's why government has a tendency to bloat, right? It's never easy to contract, it's always easier to add. But at some point, after raising water rates, after raising sewer rates, after raising electricity rates, and after going to the voters for a bond issue on the library, we have a limited capacity to ask our ratepayers, our voters, to continue to add and add and add when we do not have the discipline and the courage to actually make changes in the way we've done business.
Yeah, no question. The changes have to be real, but again, deliberate and well thought out. Otherwise, you know, we end up harming services, and we always want to continue to be the thoughtful and top of class when it comes to services to our residents.
That's exactly why
Yeah.
I emphasize starting in September
Yeah.
and continuing in January, because if we get to May
Absolutely.
and we say, well, we want to change things, that's when we make hasty decisions. It's by getting out ahead of the budget process, we can have that deliberate process. By the time we get to May, we're not making hasty judgments on the fly.
Yeah, some years ago, we changed the budgeting process for that reason, so that, and I'm not suggesting we don't start sooner, I'm just give you a little context. We used to have the budget workshop where the budget was presented, you know, over the course of a couple of afternoons. Each department got up here and gave a 15-minute, if that, presentation, and then we voted on the budget. We changed that to go department by department, given the committee's, any council committee's jurisdiction. So finance department goes to finance, public safety receives the budget from the police department and fire department, et cetera. And that's turned out to be a better process, but we should always be evaluating the process to ensure that it's well done. I just want to say, you know, the issue of maintenance, I heard, I think it was Mr. Lyon who said, you know, we can't pass on maintenance. We have to recognize maintenance costs. You know, we have to recognize that maintenance is just, I wish we could end it. I wish we could fix the roads and say they're done forever, but we're going to have to continue to plan for maintenance as we go, because it's always going to be needed, and we want to ensure that we're maintaining the infrastructure properly. With that, I think that completes our discussion, and I want to thank Mr. Leclerc and all of the staff, Mr. Hawksworth, everyone who participated in the preparation. Brenda, Karen, thank you. Okay. And Mr. City Manager, thank you. And he's back. Okay, with that, moving on to the final item on the agenda. This is the Rental Housing Board appointment, as is my practice because I own rental property in the city. I'm going to recuse myself from the discussion. Mr. Hampton, did you have an announcement as well?
Yes, I have to recuse myself due to a contractual agreement that I have with a property that I have under contract.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. And Ms. Rivas, will you?
Could you put up my PowerPoint, please? I have it right here. I'll take care of it for you. Okay, to the featured item for at least the people that hung out till 10 o'clock. This is the Pasadena Rental Housing Board appointment process. There's one at-large member, unscheduled vacancy that occurred. I'm just gonna try and skip ahead just to level set where we're at. There are 11 primary members and 2 alternate members on the Pasadena Rental Housing Board. Currently, there are 4 vacancies. We accepted a second at-large vacancy tonight, and there are 2 tenant member vacancies in District 2 and District 4. So this is focusing on the first vacancy of the at-large that was, that occurred when Arnold Siegel resigned effective January 1. To be an applicant or to be an eligible applicant for consideration, you have to show proof of residency, you have to obtain at least 25 signatures of residents supporting your application. You have to submit a Form 700, and you have to submit an application with with required verifications, an affidavit signed under penalty of perjury. An at-large member applicant may reside in any district of the Pasadena, may or may not be tenants, and may or may not have material interest in rental property. Something that we mentioned to applicants is due to state conflict of interest laws, property owners with prescribed financial interest in 4 or more rental units in the city of Pasadena may not be able to participate in all matters that come before the board. And so we ask applicants to consider that as they apply for these positions. The city clerk's office, during the period that we put out the notice of solicitation, issued 24 applications for this unscheduled at-large member vacancy. 11 were submitted and 11 were verified as eligible. We did have 1 applicant withdraw just late last week. And so there's a total of 10 applicants for you to consider for this one position. Just for the process and to let everybody, and this is pursuant to the adopted resolution, the number is 10-120. That the city council was provided all the application materials for all the applicants that were qualified. They were asked to consider the applications and sort of determine a ranked choice of applicants that they deemed most qualified to serve in the at-large seat. They'll report out, we'll ask you to report out your up to 5, you don't have to have 5, but up to 5 applicants that you wanted to rank. We will tally that, but the tally is not a vote. It is only a consensus building tool to assist the council with the appointment process. An applicant with the most votes is not entitled to the vacant seat. An appointment requires a motion and a second and 5 affirmative votes of the city council, and we have 5 members here tonight. During this process, the council has an opportunity to ask questions. Applicants will be invited to make a statement if they choose. We will take public comment. Then the council will deliberate and vote with a motion and second and the 5 affirmative votes, and the item will conclude. Here's the list of the now 10 applicants. At-large members may reside in any district. We've stated that. The term of this office, it will be the remainder for the unexpired term, which ends on May 24th, 2027. As most people know, the members may not serve more than 8 consecutive years. And so that will be the recommendation when we get there with that. And are there any questions on the process? And if not, I can pull up my screen.
I don't have a question, just
sure.
Thank you for very quickly going over that. And I just wanted to confirm, I guess for all of our understandings, there are 2 vacancies, 2 at-large vacancies at the moment, but we are only filling 1 because that's all that's been agendized.
Yes.
Okay.
We just opened it up today for the other, and I don't anticipate it to be a 45 or 60-day period. I think by the end of April, you already have a pool of 10 applicants. We can open it up for a few more weeks, and then maybe at the end of April, we close it. And then beginning of May, you can make the second appointment. The charter requires that you act with alacrity, which means to act as quickly as possible and to fill the vacancy and to not let them sit. So that's what we are going to contemplate.
All right. Any questions before we start? Oops. Seeing none, should we perhaps start with the applicants themselves and public comment?
Did you want to do the tally first, or did you want to do public comment?
My thought was we should hear from them first before we give our
Okay,
our
so
rankings, yeah.
do you want to do the applicants or you just want to do all the public comment and we'll be done with the public comment? I think we,
Are all the applicants mixed in with the public
Yes.
comment? That's fine as long as they identify themselves.
yes.
I would prefer having the applicants go first.
First, yeah. Okay. If you're able to separate them out, go ahead, take a moment.
I will do that. Actually, I'm going to back up to my list. Make sure I get there. All right, and I'll just go in the order that they've submitted. Brenda Lyon would be first, followed by Alicia Farmer, then Simon Ibarra, then Richard Starrett, then Desalina Avila, then Brandon Lamar. And if there's any other applicants that are in the room that want to submit a card and speak, please do so now. Otherwise.
I already have, but I thought it was item 5. So I hope we just changed it. I'll wait till last.
You don't have her card.
What was it? Remind me your name, I'm sorry.
Ginger Berglund.
You're not an applicant, so.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I see these. Are just
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay, thank you. So, sorry, Simon. For some reason, I don't have you listed, but we'll definitely put you in there. I'll refresh it and it's there. Okay, I'm sorry. I have to remember to do that, so sorry about that. Okay, did you want to do 2 minutes or 3 minutes?
3.
3?
They can have 3 if they need it.
Okay. So I'll ring a bell when you have 30 seconds left. Brenda, are you ready? And you'll talk about who you are and your interest in serving.
Yeah.
Ready?
Good evening. Thank you, Vice Mayor. And I'm very excited to be here. I won't take long. I won't take the full 3 minutes. I know you've already had our applications. I'm also running for District 2, the seat for District 2. I have voted for Mr. Cole and look forward to learning from him. I just wanted to say my father was in the Army and I have been waiting the last 20 years to kind of wait for the moment that I wanted to have public service and to be joining, a future in politics. And this felt like the time. Last year was the time for me when I saw a lot of renters go through times that they didn't feel like they were being heard, and a lot of landlords as well. So I hope to be a voice of peace and a listening ear. I told Mr. Cole my goal for this year is to listen, because there's a lot of people in this country that are speaking very loudly, so I would like to take this time to listen. I wanted to thank also I was one of the plaintiffs in the lawsuit for the Pasadena tenants and the Pasadena tenants to start a new process in the city to keep them protected. So I hope to be alongside all of you in your very impressive resumes. I thought I don't have military or a legal degree yet, but I care. So that's the most important thing to me right now.
Ms. Lyon, could you describe your background in property management?
Yep, the last 4 years before the fires, I was working in all avenues. I was a liaison between landlords and tenants. So my day-to-day was dealing with every aspect of rentals, listening to tenants and landlords. So we would go through the leases, we would go through moving in, moving out. Every single city that we worked with, and it expanded across the United States, had different rules and regulations. And I've also worked in accounting, so I was doing a lot of lease renewal work in that capacity. So I feel like I am perfect for this position, personally.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Alicia Farmer, then Simon Ibarra, then Richard Starrett.
Okay, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, I'm going to read what I have prepared. First, I'd like to thank
the City Council, Councilman Jones, Rivas, Masuda, Cole, Lyon, Madison, who's left, and of course, Mayor Gordo. Thank you for the opportunity to briefly share my background and why I would be honored to serve on the Pasadena Rental Housing Board. I hold a Bachelor of Science degree in Business Administration with a concentration in accounting for many years. I've worked as a federal tax specialist or enrolled agent, having the ability to represent clients before the Internal Revenue Service. That experience required strong research skills, attention to detail, and the ability to fairly interpret complex regulations, skills that translate well to public service. I also bring a perspective from multiple sides of the housing experience. I have owned both multi-unit and single-family properties, and today I am happily living as a tenant. That gives me a balanced understanding of both landlord and tenant concerns. Community service has always been important to me. For the past 13 years, I have volunteered every Saturday at the food pantry at Friends Indeed here in Pasadena. This longstanding commitment has allowed me to connect directly with community members and better understand the challenges many residents face. It has strengthened my sensitivity to the needs of our community and reinforced my belief in serving others with fairness and compassion. In addition to that work, and until last December, I was employed for 2 years at the Tournament of Roses as public and member services staff. More recently, I have taken on the role of dog park liaison, working together with the dog owners and Pasadena's park staff to help maintain a safe and sanitary park for everyone.
You have 30 seconds. Keep
Through
going.
this work, I've developed positive relationships with city staff and a deeper appreciation for the importance of collaboration in public service. If selected, I would bring my research skills, professional background, and commitment to fair and thoughtful decision-making to support the residents of Pasadena. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you so much.
Simon?
Hi, everybody. I've been here a couple times before. Tonight, I wanted to start by thinking a little bit about the challenges that the rental board is facing right now. Over the last 6 months or so, in addition to a stunning rate of attrition of members of the board for a variety of reasons, we've been going over issues like how the rental registry was implemented and what issues exist with the portal, whether landlords should be exposing tenant data, whether we should avoid even the possibility of landlords doing that, and what responsibilities we have to handle hearing petitions in the board's role as the appellate authority. I want to talk a little bit about how my experience will help address these issues. I have been a tenant here in Pasadena for 6 years now, and I recently completed the appeal process on my hearing petition. It was an interesting experience. I learned a lot about how the board is handling these issues and the expectations that they have, or the expectations that we have for the board members. I think in the course of my education, I have developed some very strong research skills, like Ms. Farmer mentioned. But in addition to research skills, my degree program focused on information systems and accounting. I want to bring a level of oversight to the board that I think is currently lacking, both in the sense of an intent to apply controls to the department and an awareness for what kind of controls you can apply to a contracted information system like 3DIs. Outside of those experiences, I have also been part of Pasadena Tenants Union for the last 3 years since we began implementing Measure H, and have been counseling tenants and doing legal research on how both Article 18 works and it interacts with state and federal laws, such as restrictions found in Section 1947.7, the Costa-Hawkins Rental Housing Act, and other issues. I think that both my topical experience as a subject matter expert on Measure H and my research skills as a longtime student who has recently completed his baccalaureate program will contribute to my ability to provide an insightful voice to the board. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Richard?
Hi, my name is Richard Starrett. I have been a commercial real estate broker for over 25 years. Have probably closed about $250 million in multifamily deals. I am intimately familiar with what every landlord has to look at to make a business decision on whether or not to go forward with a project or not. In addition to that, I'm actually happen to be a tenant in District 6. I have served on public and private boards of various types, and so I'm well familiar with how a meeting runs, or should run. And lastly, I am a veteran. In my copious spare time, I'm also the lacrosse coach at Crescenta Valley High School. So I am publicly minded, have experience in this very specific situation, and I think I would make an excellent member. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Desalina Avila will go next, then Simon Gibbons, then Elizabeth Crespin, then David Coer, and then Brandon Lamar.
Hi, good evening, everybody. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. My name is Desalina Avila, and I am seeking the at-large seat on the City of Pasadena Rent Stabilization Board because I bring a rare combination of perspectives. 20-year affordable housing professional and a responsible rental property owner who understands the realities of on the ground. For more than 2 decades, I worked in mortgage banking, CRA strategy, and affordable lending. My work has centered on expanding access to homeownership and stable housing for low to moderate income families, first-time homebuyers, and multicultural communities. The nuances of affordable housing I know extremely well, but what sets me apart is that I also live the day-to-day responsibilities of being a housing provider. Since 2019, I've owned rental properties in Los Angeles City, one of the strictest RSO environments in the country. I understand what it means to comply with regulation, maintain properties in a high standard, and treat tenants with fairness and dignity. I also understand the financial realities. Rental housing must be sustainable, and property owners must be able to operate responsibly while making a reasonable profit and maintain a safe, clean home. The dual perspective allows me to approach rent stabilization with balance, empathy, and practicality. I know how policy affects tenants, and I know how it affects owners. I've seen where clarity helps, when confusion creates conflict, and where thoughtful implementation builds trust. My roots in Pasadena run deep. Through my service with the Pasadena Meals on Wheels program, Pasadena Little League, and Pasadena Humane Society, I've been a part of the fabric of this community for many years. I understand the importance of protecting long-term residents while ensuring Pasadena remains a place where families of all backgrounds can thrive. I believe in fair, transparent, and balanced governance. I believe in policies that protect tenants while supporting responsible property owners, and I believe my combined experience, a housing professional and a property owner, uniquely positions me to contribute meaningful to the Rent Stabilization Board. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Simon Gibbons, followed by Elizabeth Crespin, then David Coer, then Brandon Lamar.
Thank you, members of the council. Thanks also to all the applicants who stuck around so late. This is a great practice run for being part of the Rent Board. It runs nearly as late as this august body. I think a few of you know me. I've been an owner and manager of rental property in Pasadena since 2019. Before that, I was in consumer finance and spent a lot of my time dealing with the consequences of how to work with people who are having financial difficulties. I've kept that up, and I'm now part of a charity that seeks to give education in credit and finance matters to young people across LA County. So it's important to me that we turn this into not just one side against another, but ways that people can work together. My expertise is partly from the job that I do, partly from a career in finance, and partly because I've attended roughly half of all the Rent Board meetings to comment, to take part, to engage. I think it's very important that we continue to make this available to all because it is such a vital part of the city for 25,000 tenants and their families. I would like to briefly address the elephant in the room. I was one of the people who took part in the suit against the city at the start of Measure H. I hope we can put that behind us. The case has been settled. We won some, we lost some. There were appeals, the city then appealed, that's been dealt with. At this stage, I hope we can acknowledge that it was worth clarifying what came out of this. I think that it was important to exercise my rights to take part in this process and get that clarity. And I hope that you can recognize that I am genuinely here to help rather than being part of some mysterious assault. I hope that I can continue to take part in the life of the city, ideally in this role, but perhaps in another.
Thank you.
Elizabeth Crespin?
Hi, good evening. I wrote a statement because I'm a bit nervous for public speaking. So thank you for letting me speak, for the opportunity. My name is Elizabeth Crespin, and I'm a resident of Pasadena, specifically District 3. I'm a renter. My dad made an ADU for me. The process started, we thought it was going to be a fast process, but it took 5 years to complete. And I just saw like what he went through, all the regulations, and he was very stressed out because it was a lot. And so, you know, I'm here because it's not just policy to me. It's something I see affecting real people every day. You know, he took this up, he made this possible for me because, you know, as a single mom, it was very hard for me to pay rent, and, you know, everything is insanely high now. And so it's a huge help, but I see how we can both come to a common ground, as now I'm a renter, and I respect him for, you know, for providing the property. I'm interested in serving in the Pasadena Rental Housing Board because I believe we need balanced, thoughtful decision-making. Housing is deeply personal. It impacts safety, stability, and a quality of life. I care about making sure renters feel protected and heard, while also recognizing that housing providers play an essential role in maintaining safe and livable homes. What I bring is a grounded perspective. I listen first, I look at the facts, and I try to understand both sides before making decisions. I'm not here with a fixed agenda. I'm here to contribute to fair outcomes that actually work in real life. Thank you.
Thank you.
David Coer, and then Brandon Lamar.
Thank you. So I'm David Coer. I'm an applicant here. Obviously, you guys have all the materials before you, so I'll go briefly over just the highlights I'd like to hit upon. First off, my profession is a mediator. That's what I do day in and day out. And actually, I have an update to make. In the papers that you have on the Form 700, it lists employment with Southern California Edison. That is no longer the case. I've now gone full-time as a mediator. What that means is I spend my days trying to bring parties together, often successfully, thankfully, bringing those parties together to reach compromises that work, not necessarily to bring people together to like one another. Doesn't always work that way, unfortunately, but it does work that we can find a common ground and move forward. And I think that's going to be something that's very important for the board, as there's likely to be a substantial increase in the quasi-judicial role of the board, reviewing hearing officers' decisions over the coming at least year, if not beyond. Also want to just highlight some of my prior public service. I was on the Planning Commission previously, also the Redistricting Commission for the last round of redistricting here in Pasadena. I think it shows my commitment to public service. Also, it shows my familiarity with the process, the Brown Act, the Form 700, but more importantly, perhaps the Pasadena way and what that means to how we work together to solve problems through bodies like the Rental Housing Board. And then finally, to highlight that, yes, I do have a legal background. Hopefully that is a strength, not a weakness here. I like to joke I'm a recovering attorney, but nonetheless, I have a strong background I've taught in some legal school courses. I present on MCLEs regularly, and I hope that that skill set would be helpful here, because we're working with what can sometimes be a rather complex set of regulations, and working with folks who are not necessarily used to dealing with those complex regulations every day, which I think can create a lot of the tension that many folks experience when dealing with these matters, both on the tenant side and to some extent on the landlord side. So with that, I'll thank you. And if you have any questions, happy to answer them later if we get to that point. Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. And it looks like Brandon Lamar, it will be the final applicant presenter. Brandon?
Good evening, everyone.
Oh.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Brandon. Sorry about that. Go ahead.
No
Start
problem.
your time over. Go ahead.
Good evening, everyone. Sorry I couldn't make it tonight, dealing with some other issues. But I decided to put my application in for this at-large position, number one, because I believe that representation matters, not only on the board, but also in our community. And it is a fact that just being a part of this board currently, I am the only one on our board who actually represents the African American community, which is important to me, being that we have a high number of our community who have been displaced over the years, and our numbers continue to go down. So housing is a big part of what I think is important for us in the community. Another reason why I decided to do this or apply once again is because we are now taking hearings or hearing appeals, and being an at-large member will allow me to vote. Currently, I am an alternate tenant, which alternate tenants cannot actually vote or even be a part of the discussion within these appeals, which makes it very difficult. And then also, being that 4 members of our board has resigned for whatever reasons they decided to resign, I think it is important to have somebody who is familiar with the processes, policies, and the measure to continue this work on our body, as we've been working so hard to bring these things forward into our community. And I think arguably, I have been one of the ones who have been trying to bridge the gap between property owners and our tenants within our community, bringing up some real issues from not only our tenants, but also our mom and pop landlords across our community and our city. And then lastly, about 8 months ago, I decided to take a position as the executive director of Harambe, and I am an employee of Harambe, and Harambe owns property, which 2 of our single family homes are rented, but I do not directly engage within that space of it. And so I wanted to make that very clear, but I'm excited to continue to serve in the board. I think it's very important to continue to do the work that we are doing, but I go back to my initial point is that I believe representation definitely matters in our community to keep our community diverse and keep the voices diverse around this body. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Do you want to go to
Yeah.
public comment, or do you?
Yes, why don't we go to public comment and then we can share our.
Do you want to do 2 minutes for public comment or 3?
Let's
2?
do two. Let's do 2.
What's that? We could pause. You could hear it too in the back.
Is it on in the back?
It's on in the back.
So while he steps away, he can still hear everything that's being said by public commenters.
So we're going to go to public comment.
So he can do that quickly, yes.
Yadi, followed by Emily Warrenberg, then Alan Baer, then Adam Bray Ali, Ginger Berglund, Ash Revere, Allison Henry, and then Ryan Bell. And if you've heard your name, please line in the middle. That would be great. 2 minutes. Go ahead. I'll ring a bell with 30 seconds left.
It's late, I'll be quick. I just wanted to thank everyone that is willing to dedicate their time to serve on this board. Housing is a really important issue, and this will be the 3rd time this evening that I raised the issue about privacy. I know some communication has been shared with the city about concerns about the privacy of tenant information, and that is something that could be addressed if we had a body and staff that was dedicated to that. That's all I wanted to share. Thank you.
Thank you. Emily Wernberg, followed by Alan Baer, then Adam Bray Ali.
Thank you, council members. So nice to see you. Alyssa, nice to see you too. And Miguel and Michelle, it's always a pleasure. I'm an at-large member. I'm currently the only landlord on the board right now. It's pretty tough. I think anyone that hasn't been to a meeting that's applying for this position should go to a meeting to see the kind of abuse that comes our way. Profanities from members of the public, lots of different things that you wouldn't necessarily expect. But I think if you haven't sat in the meeting, you don't really know what you're getting into. This seat is to replace Arnie Siegel, who was a really wonderful member, and he's sorely missed. And he had a lot of legal expertise and decades of experience on commissions in the city. So I would love to ask you to take that into consideration when choosing the replacement, because that skill set is sorely needed. My esteemed colleagues on the board have a lot of different skill sets and a lot of expertise and a lot of heart. But what we're really lacking is legal expertise and procedural expertise. And that's something we really need, because we're kind of left reinventing the wheel and grasping at straws a lot of the time because we don't have a lot of direction in that. And Arnold really brought that to the board, and so that's missing a lot right now. So I just ask that you take that into consideration. Thanks.
Thank you. Alan Baer, followed by Adam Bray Ali, then Ginger Berglund, then Ash Revere, who's online.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this tonight. I hope you've read the letter from Lourdes Gonzalez. The RSD is very strong, even though it's supposed to be working for the rental housing board. A lot of times, the director of the RSD has an imaginative relationship with the truth. At times, she has a strong desire to grow her department, even by creating useless busy work. And the board needs to have people with the skills to be able to see through that and to think clearly, to analyze. There are 7 positions on the board reserved for tenants, and there's a strong tenant advocacy already there. What the board needs is objective people with analytical skills, with knowledge of the real-world cost, responsibilities, and business practices associated with running rental properties, with the ability to use time efficiently and conduct themselves professionally. They need experience with effective city and county commissions and things like that, working with other people constructively and creating a healthy environment. So I do hope that you will choose someone who will help the board be strong and see clearly to help direct the RSD as they should. Thank you.
Thank you. Adam Bray Ali, followed by Ginger Berglund, then Ash Revere, then Allison Henry, then Ryan Bell.
Good evening, thank you, and pleasure to see you this late in the evening. Thanks for your patience and time on this. This is, I believe, the third time, might be more, that you're seating somebody on this board. It's an appointed position. There's very strict rules for recalling a member of the Rental Housing Board, and as such, you probably haven't seen that happen. But we've seen over the course of the last 3 years the Rental Housing Board has seated. They've gone through a number of different strategies. They've hired outside consulting firms. They've used their own personal expertise and personal connections. And we've just heard from a current member of the board about some of the challenges they're having with just working through what's now their newest task, these quasi-judicial programs. They're essentially the judge, the jury, and the executioner in Pasadena for all things rental housing. They set the rules, and they get to decide on them, and they get to determine compliance along the way. There's a current member of the board who just recently spoke up a minute ago about how his representation matters, and I want to speak specifically about that member in that he is able to be represented on the board. He just has chosen not to attend the meetings. I'm a person of mixed ethnic background. I think many of us share that type of heritage, whether it is identified in one way or another. But there's 11 full-time members of the board and 2 that are reserves, one for the at-large and one for the tenant side of things. There's currently 2 vacancies on the tenant positions across the 7 districts. There's a very clear desire by tenant activists in Pasadena and within our region to control rental housing. But at the end of the day, if the control of rental housing is so lopsided that it makes no sense to operate a business in Pasadena, you're just going to start to see people step back from it. I work as a realtor here in Pasadena. We can provide you all the data you want about what is happening with the marketplace. It seems as if there's always different ways of looking at statistics, but the reality is that these new rules in Pasadena have created a pall on investment here. It may not be apparent when you look at the big
Mr.
companies
Braley,
coming
your
in
time
with
has expired.
1,000-unit buildings, but the mom and pops, the people with 10 or smaller units are very much struggling. And your own budget right now is a big struggle. Your finance director just told you that
We've got to be
CPI
respectful
is
of
not
everyone
allowed. Yeah.
having equal time. Thank you.
Thank you. Ginger Berglund, followed by Ash Revere, then Allison Henry, then Ryan Bell.
Thank you so much for your allowances. I thought this item would be up on the docket sooner. My name is Ginger Berglund, and I grew up in Pasadena. I live a block away from where I grew up, and that is 2 blocks above the freeway, 2 blocks from Villa Park. These are old houses. I want to underscore what the previous speaker has said. Boy, this board has devastated mom and pop even more than Prop 19. So I want to just remind you all, what they've said is correct. You need some expertise on this board from people who have really lived it. I saw this board when it first started, fabulous. And they took care of renters. I was excited, actually. But this board is called the Fair and Equitable Housing Charter Amendment. I mean the Measure H. Fair and equitable has not been delivered to the landowners and housing providers. So I want to just urge you to appoint the people who have some expertise in this area. I would like to underscore that although Mr. Simon Gibbons might appear to have a lot of experience you're not too happy with, I did meet him in the course of, since the first meeting of the rental board, and I would like to endorse him to you all, but please be fair. Help that board to be fair and equitable, because they honestly don't
Ma'am.
have the experience. of a
Your time has
landowner or
expired.
property advisor, property
Thank you.
provider. Thank you.
Thank you. Ash Revere, followed by Allison Henry, then Ryan Bell. They're all participating virtually.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead. I'll ring a bell when you
Wonderful.
have 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Ash Revere. I'm a tenant in District 2, and I've been renting in Pasadena for 6 or 7 years now. I also volunteer with the Pasadena Tenants Union, where I've worked side by side with one of the candidates for the Rental Housing Board, Simon Ibarra. In my time volunteering with Simon at PTU, about 3 years now, I've known him to be a dedicated volunteer who has committed himself towards working directly with tenants in crisis. He is level-headed and a thorough researcher. He has a skilled ability to convey complicated information from multiple sources to someone who needs to know what it means practically. I think this would be a great boon to a body dealing with huge, confusing packets for every decision. I think this skill of his comes mostly from his background in information systems, but he's executed it to the great benefits of the tenants who come to us for help. Crucially, he has worked with the tenants of some of the bad actors operating in this city, so he's familiar with common abuses of the existing system. His hands-on history with Article 18 is invaluable, and personally, I would much rather that the Rent Board have a working understanding of Article 18 than a theoretical one. The Rental Housing Board is called on to make high-pressure decisions based on complex factors, and they would benefit from having someone like Simon Ibarra to contribute to the board's pool of experience. He knows both what the facts are and how things shake out in practicality for the most vulnerable. In a landscape of conflict, he is reasonable and considerate, and I have no doubt that he would help steer the board in the right direction. Thank you. That's my comment.
Thank you. Allison Henry, then Ryan Bell.
Great. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Allison.
Excellent. Good evening, City Council and members of the public. I just want to, my name is Allison Henry. I'm a District 3 tenant representative. I'm the current chair. I just want to thank everyone in the public for applying. As has been mentioned, we have the full gamut of thick packets, hot public comment, all the good and bad stuff. My apologies for not being in chamber tonight. I'm sick and I don't want to be anyone's patient zero. All I just want to share with the public and the council making appointments is we just need people to wade through the packets and be really diligent readers and make their way through the agenda packet. I know my fellow board members work really hard, and as chair and the member of the public and a tenant in the city, I just want to be able to rely on board members to show up prepared, and to show up with good questions. And that comes from a variety of experiences. I just want to thank the city council and actually city staff for all the work that's put into this selection. That's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And I just was notified that Ryan Bell is skipping his request, and so that completes public comment.
Okay. Thank you so much to everyone who applied and everyone who spoke. Your dedication to public service and your experience is clearly evident, so thank you for stepping up to serve our city in this way. I think now we're going to turn to the, I guess, ranked choice voting, essentially, to not to decide, but to at least narrow our conversation, though consensus could emerge from it.
Yes. So if I could turn to you, Mr. Cole, first.
Let me just make one brief comment. I know that some people are looking to us to pick people on the basis of their representation of this, that, or the other interest group. My choices are based upon what I think each individual would bring to the board. So my first choice would be Brenda Lyon. My second choice would be Brandon Lamar. My third choice would be David Coher. My fourth choice would be Simon Gibbons. My fifth choice would be Desalina Avila.
One more time, please.
Lyon, Lamar, Coher, Gibbons, Avila.
Got it. Thank you. And Avila. Thank you. All right. Mr. Jones.
First choice is David Coher, Desalina, Simon Gibbons, Elizabeth Crespin, Simon Ibarra.
Got it. Mr. Lyon.
Thank you. Thank you to everyone who applied and sat here through a long, long meeting. This was the greatest slate of applicants we've had. I feel like everyone who applied is qualified and thoughtful, and I appreciate your time. That said, I do think it's really important that the at-large seats, to the extent we can, are peopled with non-tenants, because there's a structural imbalance in the concept of the board, and so bringing other voices to that conversation feels really important. So again, I do think all of you are qualified, and I appreciate your time. My first choice is David Coher. Second is Desalina Avila. Third is Simon Gibbons. Fourth is Elizabeth Crespin. And fifth is Alicia Farmer.
Sorry, one more time, please.
Coher, Avila, Gibbons, Crespin, Farmer.
Gibbons, Crispin, Farmer. Why can't I see? Thank you. Sorry about that. Why did it do that? Okay. Mr. Masuda?
My order is Simon Gibbons, Elizabeth Crispin. I have David Coher. Brandon Lamar. And what's that other one? Brenda Lyon.
Okay, and Vice Mayor Rivas.
Mr. Ybarra, Mr. Lamar, Mr. Coher, Miss Lyon, and Miss Crespin.
Did you get them? Okay, I'm gonna need your help. All right, if you give us like 5 minutes to tally, we'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
What choice do we have?
Anyone want to tell any jokes? Yeah, why don't we take a brief recess and we'll be back in 5 minutes? Does that sound good? 5 minutes is enough? 10:51.
Vice Mayor, we are ready to report out.
All right.
So based on the tally, David Coher had the most points. He had 2 first choice. Second was Simon Givens. He had 13 points and he had 4 votes. And third was Brandon Lamar. He had 10 points with 3 votes. Yeah, so it's before you on the screen.
All right.
Everybody.
Thank you for tallying. Mr. Cole, you're in the queue.
Thank you. I had the opportunity to serve with David Coher as a planning commissioner, and I have the highest regard for what he would bring to the board. He was, as the city clerk has just reported, the only one to have 2 first place choices and the only one to be on all of our lists. And I also took very seriously the comments from the two of the existing board members, Member Wenberg and Chair
Allison Henry.
Chair Henry. I'm thinking of her as Allison and momentarily blanked on. I'm putting all that together, but it is late at night. It's 11 o'clock. But both of them, I think, spoke to the need for folks who bring the gravitas and the experience and the skills that David brings. So I'm prepared to move my choice of David to number 1.
Well, I think at this point we just need a motion. So
Yeah.
would you like to make a motion?
I will move that we appoint David Coher to the vacancy on the rent board.
I'll second.
I seconded.
All right.
Should I do a roll call?
Go ahead. Yeah.
To approve the appointment of David Coher to the Pasadena Rental Housing Board to fill an unexpired term ending May 24th, 2027. Councilmember Cole.
Yes.
Councilmember Hampton is absent due to recusal. Councilmember Jones.
Yes.
Councilmember Lyon.
Yes.
Councilmember Madison is absent. Councilmember Masuda.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rivas.
Yes.
Mayor Gordo is absent due to recusal. 5-0. The motion passes.
All right.
5 affirmative
Thank you,
votes.
and congratulations, Mr. Coher. And I want to thank again all the applicants, and there is still another vacancy. And there's
Yes.
also 2 tenant vacancies as well, so there's still opportunities to serve. So maybe we can give a brief announcement about those folks still being eligible for those positions.
Okay, so there are still 3 vacancies on the Pasadena Rental Housing Board. For Council District 2 and 4, Council District 2 does have, I think, 2 qualified applicants for the council member to consider. Council member from District 4, we are still waiting for someone to get qualified. We've issued a set of papers, but they haven't yet returned them in to get qualified. And then for the at-large seat, we will leave this open to the end of April. I want to give a date if I can, that way. Well, if we want to do the appointment by May 4th, yes, we could. Let's make it April 29th. I'll just announce it now. It'll be April 29th when applications will be due in order to make it on the agenda for the May 4th meeting.
But if you've applied, we still have your application.
That's
Don't
correct.
need to redo
We will
anything.
automatically forward anybody whose application was qualified to the council for that. And so we will add that group back to the list, and anybody else will need to get qualified and turned in by April 29th.
All right, thank you very much. Any concluding remarks before we adjourn? All right, we are adjourned. Thank you so much, everyone. Have a good night.